get started momentarily. Welcome to WITA's 7th Annual Washington International Trade Conference. We are grateful to all of you who could join us for this hybrid event. At this year's conference, we will look at how trade policy is being reshaped in 2025. Over the next 2 days, we'll try to sort out what we know from what we don't know, and perhaps begin to glimpse a way forward into what former U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld once called the unknown unknown. Today's sessions will be fully online for all our attendees. Tomorrow, all the sessions will be streamed on Zoom, but if you're in Washington, D.C., we hope to see you in person at the Ronald Reagan Building for a discussion with thought leaders on politics, trade, foreign policy, and national security. We want to say a special thanks to our sponsors, whose names will be scrolling on the screen right now. Their generous support is essential to our mission to bring the trade community together for high-quality, high-impact discussions of U.S. and international trade policy. We have a packed schedule today and tomorrow, and we're thrilled you're all here today. Before we get to today's program, a few notes for everyone. If you need to log out and come back in, your link for today should serve to readmit you back into the conference. You'll get a separate link for tomorrow's sessions. During each session, we'll try to get to audience questions. Please use the Q&A tab on Zoom, and you can submit questions as we go. If you're having any problems with your Zoom feed, you can email us at events@wita.org, and our team can try to help you solve your connection problems. Following today's programs, we'll send out additional links to watch the broadcast as it was recorded today. If you've been to any of our sessions before, you know we like to call out the names of some of the people you are in community with at our events, even if you can't see them on Zoom. If we have time, we'll try to call out people before each session. We're pleased to welcome several of our conference leadership benefactors, Arrow Auduro, Ari Giovenco, and Nate Giordano with Amazon, Jade Willanen and the team at Trade Data Monitor, Dante Smalls and his colleagues at UPS, and Maria Ziba and our friends at the National Pork Producers Council. Thank you to Amazon, TDM, UPS, and the National Pork Producers Council for your support for WITA and the conference. We are very grateful to all of you. And thanks, of course, to all of you for joining us. If you've registered to attend the conference, you should have received a link to our conference program by email this afternoon, and that contains bios of each of our speakers, so we can dispense with lengthy introductions. And with that, I'd like to call our first panel onto the screen. David Lynch is the global economics correspondent with the Washington Post. Doug Palmer is the senior trade reporter at Politico. Anna Swanson is the trade and international economics reporter at the New York Times. David, Doug, and Anna are well known to many of you, and we're delighted to have you with us today. We're also pleased to welcome WITA's newest partner, Iana Dreyer, the founder and editor of Borderlex. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Iana. And our moderator, Everett Eissenstat, a partner at the Public Policy Practice Group at Squire, Patton, Boggs, and someone well known to everyone in the WITA community for his long service to our country, including as the Deputy Assistant to the President for International Economic Affairs and Deputy Director of the National Economic Council in the first Trump administration. And of course, a one-time WITA board member. We're delighted to welcome all of you here today. Everett?
Fantastic, Ken. Thank you so much. And it's a real honor for me to have the opportunity to moderate such an esteemed panel. I've known many of these names since I was just a young trade legislative assistant and really influenced by a lot of their writing. So it's a real pleasure to be with this group. We are going to set the scene for what is going to be a fantastic conference. Ken has really, again, put together a great program. We've got a lot to cover, so we're going to try to get through as much as we can in the 45 minutes that we have. I'm going to start with just a general question I'd like to ask each of you, and we'll start first with Anna, and then go to David, Doug, and then Iana. The question I'd like to ask, I believe we all went through the first Trump administration. I know I certainly did. We're all here today, and we're back at the second Trump administration. We are 21 days into that second term. And I'd like to ask, starting with Anna, what has surprised you the most about the first 21 days of this second Trump administration?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really delighted to be here with all of you. Love WIDA events, and this is no exception. Many of you have been on this wild ride with me, so you'll know what I'm talking about. But I think what has been most notable for me is kind of the whiplash effect that we have seen between the day one trade moves with the Trump administration and then what has happened in week 2 and 3 of trade news. So day one was actually relatively subdued on the trade front. The president signed an executive order that requested reports on about 24 different trade issues. And so to me, that, potentially pointed to what I thought was, teeing up more strategic, perhaps still very broad, very impactful trade policies, and perhaps something that would ultimately be even more influential, where these reports would mean that the president would have more legal justification for the tariffs he was going to pursue, but overall kind of more of a paced and strategic approach to trade. But what we've seen in the days since then, that the president is not waiting for these careful reports, that he's really gone back to trusting, his own impulses, his own policy on what he sees as a signature issue trade. So that since then, we've seen the president go ahead with threatening or moving ahead with tariffs on many of the very topics that he commissioned reports on, including trade deficits, fentanyl, de minimis, reciprocal trade. Along with others, I had been anticipating that this next term might lead to the president amping up some of his trade actions. If you remember, his first term, 2018, was actually, or I'm sorry, am I thinking of 2016 was actually, the initial year was actually relatively quiet. And it took a while for him to ramp up to putting tariffs on what was ultimately hundreds of billions of dollars of products. But in just the last, few weeks, we have seen the president talk about tariffs on more than $1.3 trillion of products. So it certainly seems like that, trajectory is increasing even more so than many of us thought. And it's such a sharp contrast from the Biden administration where tariffs on China were formulated really over the course of years to now we're shifting back to what seems like a matter of just days. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And I'm going to turn to David here, but just to opine on that, it was a year actually. It was almost a year before tariffs went into effect, and much more incremental, much more measured. And now we've got a more dynamic, as you say, whiplash type dynamic, and it's definitely something that is different. So thank you for that, David. You're on mute, sir.
There we go. So I'm surprised, or was surprised by a couple of things. One, just the sheer pace of events right out of the gate. There was, with the exception of, as Anna says, a little bit of a slow first day. He's been firing all barrels blazing ever since. I mean, it's literally every day he says something about tariffs or does something about tariffs. And I found that surprising, also in the sense that he's done a lot even before Jamison Greer, his chief negotiator, has been confirmed, before his Commerce Secretary, who is ostensibly supposed to have purview, the trade portfolio, was confirmed. So a lot of activity right out of the gate, and none of it, or very little of it, really spoke directly to the two principal proposals that he had campaigned on, the tariffs of up to 60% on Chinese goods and a universal tariff of 10 to 20% on all 3 trillion in imports. I think we're certainly still headed there. And I think that's presumably what all the studies that are due in April, pardon me, will lead us to. But I would not have guessed if we had been having this conversation on January 19th, I would not have guessed that our North American neighbors would have been the first tariff targets right out of the gate, and that the tariffs would have been announced, threatened, imposed, and then paused related to illegal immigration and fentanyl. So I think that, you know, it's going to be a wild ride, and this is, despite how active and how fatiguing it might feel to those of us trying to keep up, I think this is just the overture. There's a lot more to come.
Yeah, I think you're right, David. And just, recall that even prior to Mexico and Canada, we actually did put out an executive order. There was the Colombia weekend, and that's something seems like a long time ago, but that was also quite a dramatic 24, 48 hours. Let's turn to Doug Palmer.
Yeah, well, I would echo a lot of what David and Anna had said. In terms of something that really surprised me, I guess, was his decision to go after USAID. I mean, that wasn't something that I recall being mentioned during the campaign. He may have talked about it and I missed it, but I'm not surprised he's hostile to foreign aid, but I just didn't expect he would try to shut down that agency. But more generally, just the totality of his actions and his expansive view of executive powers, his continued willingness to break norms and see what he can get away with. That's not a total surprise, but it's still a little astonishing to watch. And I guess I'm surprised that there hasn't been a lawsuit yet against his, to challenge his use of the International Emergency Economic Powers Acts to expand tariffs on China. I mean, maybe people are waiting for him to use IEPA on Canada and Mexico before they go forward. But it seems like the use of that against China already sets a precedent. And then I don't know, I wasn't familiar with these people that he's bringing into the administration. I mean, Jameson, I've had the chance to get to know a little bit over the years, but I didn't know anything about Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick. Listening to some of Howard Lutnick's, interviews and podcasts, I was kind of surprised how much he sort of echoes what Trump says on tariffs. How he seems to have the same worldview. That's just surprising to me from somebody from Wall Street. And he talks about this whole idea of making countries pay to access the U.S. market. We have such a big market; they should pay us in order to have the privilege of selling here. And that's just kind of like, I'm not an economist, but I did take economics in college, and that just seems like a pretty surprising approach for an economic official, a U.S. economic official, to have.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a tariff test that you had to go through to get into the
Right.
administration. That was a little bit different than the first term for sure. And just remind folks, IEPA is a pretty broad statute used for sanctions primarily, not used for tariffs before. So your point about a lawsuit not being filed, I think that's a good, astute observation. We could probably expect that coming down the pike, but we will have to wait and see in which case will be brought. Let's turn to Iana. What surprised you the most from the European Union perspective?
Thank you very much. I think what surprised Europeans most, and including myself, is the territorial issue linkage, Greenland, but also, the threat, more or less indirect, tied to also the tariff question to Canada of, incorporating potentially Canada into the US. So that one was really a surprise. And I must say it is, really scary seen from outside, especially from an allied continent. So that one was really the big surprise. The other surprise was that actually the EU, for example, was not targeted first. It was first Colombia, and given that we've experienced Trump's obsession in the first term with German cars and all these things, that the EU, the first, until recently, was not so much on the president's radar. So that probably brought us false sense of relief to Europe. We think I do think that it's coming. So that was the other surprising factor, especially when you compare with Trump 1. And also the other surprising factor as well is that the World Trade Organization doesn't seem to be on the very top of his list of bad guys. Other international organizations are. The WTO, we don't know if it's going to survive Trump, but and I know the Secretariat are trying to keep very quiet and keep a low profile at the moment before the storm hits.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I mean, there were a lot of other organizations that he targeted right out of the box there, including WHO and now USAID, U.S. organizations. But the WTO, maybe this will spur some action in this conversation. We'll have to wait and see. But
yeah, we shouldn't give him bad ideas.
Definitely. Well, I think one thing is certain, there's a lot of surprises, and it's only been 21 days. So let's step back and try to put this in a broader context. Anna has covered trade and economics and really the economics of trade for many, many years. And I'd like to get your perspective. There's so much more even beyond tariffs that's really become part of the trade lexicon. Everything from export control, supply chains, industrial policy, and really moving away from trade integration and trade towards a concept that is a word used frequently, 2 words, economic security. And I wonder from your perspective, if you could give us some sense of how this administration may be bringing all those tools to bear. Will there be a recalibration between export controls and trade? Or how do you see this evolving? I know it's still early in the administration, but I think your experience would be very helpful in setting the stage here.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really fascinating question. So I was actually, thinking back to the first Trump term and realizing that, there are some issues when it comes to this issue of economic security, national security, that I think the Trump team is now kind of vindicated on, right? Because they, were pretty early in adopting this perspective that, more things should fit under the umbrella of national security than most of the trade community would think, and initially received a lot of criticism about that. Think what you want about their proposal for a Section 232 investigation into automobiles, but initially that was quite controversial. Fast forward to today, I think it's a lot more accepted that people see the U.S. auto industry as a strategic part of the U.S. economy, just very important in terms of job growth. But we also have protections now for connected cars, and are thinking of all these other kind of security dimensions of economics that we hadn't seen before. So I do think that they were sort of early to grab onto that. Probably some of that is still quite controversial in terms of, is some of this just protectionism in the guise of national security? When can you, how can you judge when it's simply a domestic industry that's clamoring for protection rather than a legitimate national security need? And those are really important questions. But I do think, throughout the Biden administration and the first Trump administration, you did see increasing use of export control tools, use of the entity list, adoption of provisions, looking at connected technologies, expanded use of CFIUS. And so my view is that, this is very much kind of the direction that the machinery of government, whether it's Congress or both parties, is rolling towards, that this is really the direction of government. I think a little bit the wild card in the situation is what President Trump himself thinks about it, because it doesn't seem to me from, my interviews and my understanding that he has a very, strong philosophical stance on some issues like export controls or CFIUS reviews, that compared to some of his advisors who might be, you might think of as sort of China hawks or trade protectionists. He does view it a little more as a source of leverage, as, something that at the end of the day, he just wants to strike kind of the best deal for the United States on the whole, and doesn't have sort of as strong of an approach one way or the other when it comes to shutting down, for example, shipments of technology to China or blocking Chinese investment from the United States. So I am interested to see how that dynamic plays out. But certainly the general trend is definitely more towards economic security as national security.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really entrenched now. We even see other governments are now using the terms, and for some of their governance models, this idea of economic security is really embedded, but nobody quite knows the parameters of it. And like, where does that extend, as you say? And it could be very far, it could be narrowly defined, and we have to see how it works in this administration. I do want to encourage anyone if anyone from the panel wants to weigh in, please just unmute your mic. We'd love to have a conversation. I've got a lot of questions lined up, but please feel free to weigh in on something that you feel you can contribute to. I'm sure we'd all love to hear the different perspectives. Let me turn to you, David, and let's talk a little bit about tariffs and the president's campaign promises. So he campaigned on a number of tariff models, and he gave a lot of justifications for tariffs, everything from reducing the trade deficit to curing unfair trading practices, and now we've even heard about it in the context of perhaps raising revenue to pay for tax cuts, and these are really all very, very different. So from your perspective, and someone who's been watching trade policy evolve in the U.S. for quite some time, where is this all going? Are these leverage? Are they negotiating tactics? Can you peer into your crystal ball and give us a sense of where do you think this lands? What ultimately is going to be the outlook here for the U.S. tariff agenda?
My crystal ball has been of little help for the last 8 or 9 years, but I'll take one more look into it and see if it will serve me better this time. I think what's always among the things that have always been interesting to me about President Trump's approach to trade and tariffs is that there is always a tension between different strands of his policies. The desire to shrink the trade deficit on the one hand, and yet the desire to put more money into people's pockets via tax cuts on the other. Those two planks work at cross purposes. They worked at cross purposes in the first term. They're going to do that again in the second term, and he's perfectly comfortable with that. So the idea that he has multiple objectives for tariffs is not surprising in that context. I don't know if it's going to be as easy to maintain that tension or that multiplicity of objectives over the duration of the second term, because at some point, you can either use, or rather it will be, I think, difficult to continue to use tariffs as a weapon, as a club to compel other countries to do something that we desire, and then remove the tariff when they've cooperated to whatever degree. That sort of temporary short-termism of the tariff weapon. How do you maintain that if you really want to secure an adequate amount of revenue going forward to offset the impact of some of the tax cuts? And he seems very serious about that. I think many economists would say there's just no way you're going to be able to replace the income tax, which is applied on perhaps $20 trillion worth of taxable income, with another tax, which is what the tariff is, on $3 trillion worth of taxable goods. That's just not going to add up. So I think watching how that plays out is going to be a fascinating and important element of the story.
No, it's a good point, and yeah, I'm not great at math, but I can see those don't match. So yeah, there's a gap to be made up there, and it's fascinating because this reconciliation process and the tax cuts is right around the corner here, and one of the tension points is, can you use tariffs for revenue in that context? And, there's a school, I think most people believe you cannot unless you statutorily increase those revenues. And if you do that, then you can't withdraw them so readily. To your point, it's hard to negotiate with something that's in a statute that you have to go back to Congress and then redo. So we'll see. But it's going to be a very interesting few months for sure. Doug, let me turn to you. You've been watching Congress and trade for many, many years. And I think one of the questions that I get frequently is who's in charge? We have a number of factors here. We've got the Assistant to the President, Peter Navarro, who's been a long stalwart of the Trump administration. Of course, Jamieson Greer, whose confirmation hearing was last week, and then Howard Lutnick, who was appointed to be the trade voice even prior to his confirmation. So we've seen this a bit before in the past, but what is your observation on where the real we know in the first term that it was Ambassador Lighthizer was clearly the part of the intellectual foundation of President Trump's policies. Who is playing that role here, and who do you think is most persuasive in this administration?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. I mean, I think Trump is the guy who's truly in charge and has the last word on all of this. But when he nominated Howard Lutnick, he did say that Mr. Lutnick was going to be in charge of trade and tariff policy, within the administration. And since then, there's been some clarification with Lutnick saying that, USTR retains its, statutory responsibility over trade negotiations, et cetera, and Greer sort of defending that responsibility before the Finance Committee. I personally think that Lutnick has a closer relationship with Trump than Jamieson Greer does. That's just based on my observation, and that maybe that might make him more influential in that regard. But Lighthizer's initially people were saying that Wilbur Ross as Commerce Secretary was going to be in charge of trade in the first administration, and it wasn't until Wilbur Ross struck this 100-day deal with China that he heralded it as a miraculous achievement, and other people were like, this is warmed over S&ED commitments. That his star kind of fell, and that Lighthizer sort of emerged as the man who really knew how to do this. Was going to went to the president and said, let's do this Section 301 investigation. So it took a while, mainly because of a lag in the confirmation process, for Lighthizer just kind of emerge as the main voice on trade within the administration. And whether that's the same with Jamieson, I don't know. I mean, Jamieson seems like a very competent individual. I just don't know if he has the same forceful personality that Lighthizer has, and that made him so effective.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We've seen this movie before. I mean, all the way back to Reagan and then Obama, this idea of reorienting or aligning the trade functions under commerce, yet it never really happens. And
right,
a really interesting narrative, but we'll see. This administration may be different, so we'll have to watch that very carefully. So Iana, you are going to get the tough questions now. We've gone through the easy ones, but so we've got a president who likes to deal with individual member states. We've got an institution in the European Union that has a mandate and competency over trade. I know there's some anti-coercion policies in place. I think the European Union is prepared to react. Do you think the European Union is positioned well to engage in the Trump administration style, which is very transactional and somewhat trying to play states off each other? How do you see the institutions managing that tension?
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, the institutional setup is not very conducive to a Canada-style direct transaction via tweets, Prime Minister telling Trump we're going to resist and things like that. So, but that inertia we have in the system actually sometimes also helps the EU. That's a little bit my argument in there. I mean, in terms of the response possibilities, the EU has many of them. I went over them actually this weekend in detail. We've heard a lot of it is there because we had a first administration. So there's a lot of legislation out there that could be used against the US if really the going gets tough in the coming years. I mean, we have 4 years ahead of us. Obviously, we have also tariffs that are built into potentially snap back. We had this tariff truce that was negotiated with the Biden administration on the Section 232 steel and aluminum tariffs. The EU very strategically put its end of the truce at the end of March, and it needs a positive decision by member states to postpone it. So whatever comes out of this announcement on steel and aluminum might almost automatically, in this very bureaucratic fashion, lead to some haggling or need to engage also on the US side with the EU, to avert retaliatory tariffs or whatever. So something could start very quickly. There's the anti-coercion instrument. This one is probably really thought of as an instrument of last resort that is really probably only used for really heavy duty items. For if the territorial question with Greenland appears, it might be an obvious candidate to use the anti-coercion instrument. There we don't know how individual member states will react because national security is still a national prerogative in the EU, contrary to trade, but there is this issue linkage. And obviously member states will want to, I mean, most member states will want to act together, but can they put something together quickly and decisively is an open question. But in the meantime, there are all these little things that can snap back. Airbus, Boeing tariffs, they could snap back in next year if things go wrong. So there is inertia, but that inertia in many ways has also its inbuilt automatic deadlines that mean that you still need a negotiation. And, it's not the first time that the Commission has negotiated with the Trump administration. So they'll probably figure things out a lot, as things come. There's a lot of uncertainty about how exactly, what tariffs, how exactly, and which framework, how they will come, but people know it will come and they will figure things out one way or the other. What is notable, however, that the EU doesn't want to inflame the president. It was very striking that the first reaction was, oh, if you do that to us, you get struck back. There is really an attempt for the moment to remind the entire US administration of the importance of the transatlantic economic relationship and of the alliance, because the real question, the real fundamental perceived threat is on the security architecture of the EU, this linkage with NATO. And that is more difficult, but it's more long-term.
Yeah, those are really excellent points. And it points to one of the I guess, really difficult things to square the circle on is one of the issues, with the European Union is NATO security. And as you noted, the competencies for national security rest with the member states. Yet he likes to meld it all together. It goes back to the concept we talked about with Anna on economic security. And it's hard to bring that all to bear, but you're right, there is a mechanism to do that. It's going to be incredible to watch this transpire and what it does for the institutional mechanism as well. I'm going to open up please, Iana, please.
Yeah, but the EU itself has developed an economic security strategy in 2023. It's a communication, so it's more sort of a plan of action. So there is already a lot of delegating on behalf from the member states to the EU on security issues, because obviously the US is not the main question. I mean, it's a threat because this is the pillar of the security system in the EU. But obviously we've had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Chinese support for Russia, that is really changing the ballgame in Europe. So, I mean, there is increasingly blurred lines between some of the national security and the EU-wide security issues. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out with the Trump administration.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think another interesting dynamic is we've had this conversation now for almost 30 minutes. We haven't talked about Congress. And as many of our listeners probably know, Congress tariff authority under the U.S. Constitution rests with the Congress. Yet here we're talking about the administration and its use of statutory authority. I know many trade lawyers are now looking at dusting off old statutes from the 1930s. What is the extent of these? Having worked in Congress, I know that it's been a long time since we passed trade legislation. I say we, I mean the Congress. I think 2015 was the last big bill, and there's a lot of stuff pending. So I'd like to just open it up to the team, the group here, and for anyone to answer. What about the role of Congress? Do you see Congress being more assertive, and is there a possibility that some trade legislation may be evolving out of all this? Doug?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I mean, at Jamison Greer's hearing last week, you know, Senators Wyden and Cantwell were pretty outspoken about their concern over a universal tariff. I mean, maybe that's not the way that Trump is going to go anymore, since he's been talking about this reciprocal tariff idea. But you know, the Republicans, for the most part, you know, if they didn't offer outright support for the tariffs, they were more likely to, you know, express concern about the potential for retaliation than to say that, you know, this is a stupid idea, we shouldn't be doing it at all. So you know, I don't know. I mean, if he were to go forward with a universal tariff and we were to likely just, and we started to see a lot of negative consequences about that, maybe Congress would, you know, muster enough votes to do something about it. But they didn't do much, you know, to rein him in during his first term, and I haven't seen much evidence so far that they intended to do it in the second term. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it's interesting because some of the things that the president wants to do, I mean, IEPA is a broad statute. You noted that it could be subject to litigation. But there's also, you know, the USMCA renegotiations, potential for other trade agreement, you know, revamping. And I think you can do that, but there is an extent. You know, the USMCA with the NAFTA was renegotiated using congressionally delegated authority that has expired. So if he goes too deep into USMCA, he may not be able to deliver the negotiation. So that'll be something that we're going to need to watch. We have a question here from the esteemed Grant Eldonis. Those of you who know Grant, he was really one of the great and still great trade expert. He would like to know whether there is any effort, or do you believe that Congress will curtail or otherwise modify the Cold War delegation of authority to the executive on tariffs on statutes like IEPA? Will Congress reassert that authority?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, sorry,
Go
Doug.
ahead, David. No, go ahead, David. You kind of already
I mean,
spoke.
I was just gonna, based on no reporting at all, but based
Yeah.
on simply what I've observed in the last 3 weeks, I'd be startled if Congress reasserted its authority on anything. At least, you know, the Republican-led Congress over the next 21 months or so seems pretty clear that they're taking their cue from the White House, and from the person of the president specifically, across the board. Now, I suppose that can always change. You know, we can get into a different environment if we get 6, 9, 12 months down the road, and for whatever reason the economy has slowed beyond what we anticipate today, and unemployment's rising, and it's a different, less hospitable set of circumstances. Then, you know, sure, if people start to holler, then maybe Congress would rediscover its institutional heft. But for the moment, you know, they seem to be on the sidelines cheering him on.
Yeah, and of course, and we'll go to Anna quickly. If the Congress flips in 2 years, we may have a different pushback. Anna?
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with David, and Doug. It seems, you know, unlikely that you would see a serious challenge from Congress anytime soon. Of course, you know, we'll see what happens with the economics of all these tariffs. I do think the court challenge to an IEPA IEEPA-based universal tariff seems like it could be the most sort of interesting and potentially vulnerable ones because, that might not fit the definition of a national emergency under that statute, or you could argue that point. Unlike something like, the president using IEEPA for these fentanyl situations, maybe that does, fit the definition of a national emergency a bit better than something like trade deficits or unfair trade. So that'll be interesting to watch when and if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got just a few minutes left. And the other thing we've just touched on is China. And obviously, China is a big part of the trade equation. So a little bit, probably a different perspective, maybe from the European Union. I know that there's a big export market there. And then additionally, a lot of more imports, I think, are going into the EU from China. So let's turn to Iana, and then I'll just open it up to the rest of you to comment on, are we going into a decoupling here in the United States, or are we going to end up in some kind of more of a sustained low-level conflict with China on trade? But let's start with Iana from the EU, please.
One of the what I found striking in many, for example, of the think tankers in Brussels telling the EU you should do this and that, is to propose, to work with the United States on common concerns related to China, security matters, overcapacities, trade deficit. I mean, the EU's trade deficit with China in goods has increased dramatically. The question is, of course, will such cooperation work, or will the United States not want to work? The EU actually fundamentally, at the moment, I think there is a sense of being squeezed in between two different type of onslaughts. So the EU itself has a decoupling strategy at the moment, which is interesting, with also new developments and new WTO violations in the offing on public procurement, for example, as part of its competitiveness compacts. So there might be a form of friend-foe relationship emerging on the transatlantic front here on issues related to China. That's a very big change compared to the Trump era or the first years of the Biden administration, where it was the US trying to push the EU into a more defensive and offensive strategy towards China. The EU itself has moved a lot, especially since the war in Russia, where Chinese tacit support seems to be also affecting the security architecture here. On the other hand, nobody really knows how the US administration will work. We had experience with export controls, where the coordination worked very well vis-a-vis Russia under this TTC, Trade and Technology Council. I know the bureaucrats in the Commission would love to have a new TTC with the US. I'm not sure it will work, but it was a more difficult conversation on China, where some EU member states felt a bit coerced already by Biden on needing to take decisions on China they didn't want to feel. So it's going to be an interesting game here to watch.
Yeah.
Trilateral.
Absolutely. And I do want to just give everyone, you can vote quickly. I know, kids, we're out of time, but if you'd like to just do a vote on decouple or no decouple, please, I'd love to see the hands. David?
I would say full decoupling is not remotely plausible. We're stuck with each other to some degree, maybe a continued erosion, redirection of supply chains at the margin, but not full decoupling.
Anna?
Yeah, I would say, like I said before, the government is sort of headed toward disentangling, but, where is the president on it? I think he tries to strike a deal, but, a deal also isn't necessarily, in contradiction with more decoupling, because if you look at his first trade deal, he struck a deal, but also left tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars of products on China.
Really true. Doug?
Yeah, I would agree. Maybe more managed trade, maybe they would negotiate a voluntary export restraint agreements in certain sectors so that we don't get, too much of a particular product from China, but more, not complete decoupling.
Yeah. Well, this is great. I would just encourage everybody, if you don't follow these trade reporters, you should, because they're all outstanding and they're often have the first and best analysis. So thank you for being on. Ken, I did make it to 145, did not go over. Very proud of that. Thank you for this opportunity. It's been a real honor for me, and I really appreciate it. I think you're going to have a great conference.
Thank you so very much to the five of you. Really terrific having you join us for this and really kicking us off 21 days in. There's so much going on. Really a real honor and a pleasure to have you join us for this session. Before I introduce our next panel, I'd like to welcome 4 more of our conference supporters who are here with us at online, if you can't, even though you can't see them. Jennifer Thornton with the Business Roundtable, Natalie Labella at the American Apparel and Footwear Association, Scott Jacobs and Jason Park with Coupang, and John Gold with the National Retail Federation. Also like to shout out Allison McKithen with the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center, who's our host for the in-person sessions tomorrow. Welcome, Jennifer, Natalie, Scott, Jason, John, Allison, and thanks to BRT, AAFA, Coupang, NRF, and the World Trade Center for your support. With that, I'd like to invite on camera our next panel to please turn on their camera. This year, one of the areas we expect to see a lot of discussion in global trade circles is on digital trade and technology issues. We're pleased to partner with our friends at the National Foreign Trade Council on a series of events to discuss global digital trade, starting with today's panel on renewing U.S. global leadership on technology and trade. Thank you to our friend and event partner, Jake Colvin, the president of the National Foreign Trade Council, who will be moderating our discussion today. Welcome back to the WITA Zoom webinar room, Ambassador Tan Hang Sang, with a permanent representative of Singapore mission to the WTO and one of the co-conveners of the WTO's Joint Statement Initiative on E-commerce. Jason Oxman, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Information Technology Industry Council. Kate Kalutkiewicz, Senior Managing Director at McLarty Associates and a former Special Assistant to President Trump on the National Economic Council. And Olivia Walsh, CEO of Arcoscope, who is a new participant in WITA webinars. Pleasure to have you on, Olivia. Thank you all for joining us. Jake?
Ken, thanks very much. And thanks to you, Diego, Maya, and everyone at WITA for making space for this conversation on digital trade. Like you said, we're excited to partner with you on the broader series coming forward. I think as Everett's panel suggested, it's sort of challenging to find time to talk about anything else besides tariffs at the moment. And so, really appreciate the chance to talk about U.S. global economic leadership in the digital space. I think there are some reasons to be enthusiastic about the future of digital trade leadership in the United States. During the first Trump administration, the president and Congress worked together to write new digital trade rules in USMCA. And I was at the WTO ministerial in Buenos Aires, where Ambassador Lighthizer helped lead the launch of new e-commerce discussions, which USTR then helped to advance, working with Singapore and Japan and Australia and others. We all know what happened since then, as the last administration stepped away from taking a global leadership role on digital trade. Those new digital trade rules under IPEF failed to materialize, and USTR affirmatively withdrew its leadership role at the World Trade Organization in those e-commerce discussions, which led other countries to move ahead without us. And so, that brings us to today where I think we're at an inflection point. And so we can either sort of shape the global digital ecosystem or be shaped by it. Because if we're not writing new digital and AI rules and standing up for our companies and workers abroad, then we're going to have to live with whatever the rest of the world writes in terms of new rules and policies. I think we've already seen some positive signs by the new administration. USTR designate Jameson Greer noted in his testimony and follow-up to the Senate Finance Committee that advancing digital trade is a key objective of U.S. trade policy, and he committed to developing a strategy that advances U.S. competitiveness and technology leadership. You saw the administration appoint David Sachs as its AI coordinator, and he's been out on the airwaves talking about the importance of U.S. global AI leadership in the wake of the launch of DeepSeek's new platform. And I think it's worth pointing out that American voters overwhelmingly support stronger U.S. global leadership on technology. Late last year, the NFTC commissioned a poll from Morning Consult, where we found that more than 80% of Americans think that it's important for the U.S. to develop a digital trade agenda that helps American businesses compete. And around the same percentage think that the U.S. has taken a significant step backward in that leadership to the benefit of China. So grateful to have such a thoughtful group of speakers to help us explore the future of U.S. trade and technology leadership. You already read everyone's name, and so I'm not going to do it again. But in terms of how this is all going to work, I'm going to ask each of you an initial question. Got a couple of follow-up questions to dig deeper on things like AI and tariffs. And then we'll try to incorporate some questions from the audience. And so if you do have a question, please submit them through the Q&A function. Kate, I was going to turn to you first. So could you talk a little bit about how you think the Trump administration is going to engage on digital trade and how that might differ from the previous administration?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. And thanks to Ken and Wida for hosting this terrific conference and for inviting me to participate. I agree with you, Jake, that this is a really important issue, and it's one sometimes that's lost in the news on tariffs, and we heard the last panel cover that in great detail. You know, in your intro comments, I think you explained exactly how the two administrations are different on digital trade, but let's go into that a little bit. You know, the first Trump administration, I think, elevated digital trade in the context of trade negotiations to a new point. Not only did Ambassador Lighthizer lead in the WTO on digital trade, but the Trump administration also included new chapters on digital in its update to the NAFTA, the USMCA, and also negotiated a new bilateral arrangement with Japan. You know, the Biden administration, I think, in somewhat shocking ways, not only withdrew the United States from digital leadership, but really, I think, changed the game in a way that we're going to have to get out from under. And I think it's important to think about why that happened. And I think largely, you know, a number of President Biden's economic team felt that U.S. digital leadership or U.S. technological leadership was a negative thing, that this somehow undermined workers or inclusivity or democracy in a way that is somewhat surprising. You know, we saw the Biden administration not only not defend American digital companies from targeted regulation and policy actions overseas, but even sometimes in very shocking ways suggest to regulators that they ought to break up U.S. companies. This was pretty surprising, frankly, because, of course, we all know that these companies are leading drivers of the U.S. economy, and digital trade and services is one of the things that the U.S. does best. So where Trump comes into this, I think we can look not only at his first term, but also the things that he espoused in his campaign. You know, if you go back and look at the promises he made, part of it was to make the U.S. economy great again. And part of that promise is very much centered on U.S. innovation and leading the world in innovation and technology. And I think, you know, in his first couple of weeks, among the flurry of executive actions that we have seen a commitment on digital, not only in terms of, you know, addressing what he thought was regulatory overreach potentially in the spaces of AI and crypto, but also creating a new panel for advisors to the White House on tech and innovation. And I think all of these things indicate that this is going to be a priority for his administration. You know, you also focused on the fact that Jamison Greer, his nominee for USTR, and I'd also point out Howard Lutnick, the new Commerce Secretary, in their confirmation hearings, both of them were asked about digital services and digital trade. Both, I think it's fair to say, indicated that they would be working on these issues quite aggressively. And frankly, Lutnick, in a question from Senator Young, did commit to change U.S. digital trade leadership from what we saw in the Biden administration. So I think we can anticipate some fairly aggressive changes.
Thanks very much, Kate. So Jason, want to turn to you next. What does the tech community hope to see from the president and his administration on digital trade and technology leadership?
Well, thanks, Jake. Thanks for moderating a terrific panel today. And my congratulations to Ken and the WIDA team for an enormously successful event, judging by the hundreds of people that have tuned in. Trade is definitely the topic of the day, and it's great to have the opportunity to talk about it. And that's what I would say at kind of the outset for our hopes and aspirations and Kate was talking about this as well. The fact that trade is on the mind of all policymakers and really all industries is actually a good thing. It presents us with I think, a unique opportunity with the change in administration to shift the focus from trade is a bad thing and trade is harmful to U.S. interests to trade is a very valuable tool for not only economic growth, but also for national security interests. Assuming we do it in the right way, we approach it strategically, we can use the trade portfolio of policy issues to advance, as Kate noted, all of the president's goals, from national security to economic security, from investing in manufacturing to advancing American interests around the world. So our aspiration for the Trump administration on the positive side about trade is that we've started off on a note that really gives us an opportunity to advance a positive trade agenda. So the tech industry obviously focuses very heavily on digital trade as a positive economic story. We hear a lot about trade deficits in physical goods, but of course, the trade story in digital is very different. The U.S. runs close to a $300 billion trade surplus when it comes to digital trade. That's very important. But digital trade is, of course, an ecosystem. We talk about digital trade as the kind of the abstraction of the ones and zeros that move around the world, but there's a physical infrastructure behind that. So when we talk about manufacturing in the US, for example, semiconductor manufacturing, construction of data centers, the excitement around AI, infrastructure investment in broadband and fiber and the like, all of that powers the digital services and digital products that are exported from the US. So there's a tie between the physical and the digital there that really advanced Trump administration interests. So when we talk about supporting digital trade, we're really talking about supporting trade in all goods. Now, the discussion of the day, of course, is around tariffs. And tariffs are a tool that the Trump administration has been deploying. And we would, of course, continue as we have and as we did in the Biden administration and the prior administrations to encourage the use of tariffs selectively, the use of tariffs to address market failures in international markets, the use of tariffs strategically to address national security interests, the use of tariffs as a bargaining tool, which of course have been used successfully by the Trump administration in the past, and we're seeing it used going forward. What we don't want to see is tariff policy replace trade policy. So we're looking for the use of tariffs strategically as part of an overall broader trade strategy. And to your question, Jake, about what we're looking for from the Trump administration that may be a little different from what we were looking for and seeing from the Biden administration, it really is the use of this trade policy to advance American economic interests strategically. So USMCA, as the prior panel discussed in detail, that was the gold standard for digital trade. And the chapter that was introduced into USMCA by the Trump administration is something we'd like to see replicated in future trade agreements going forward. And of course, we'd like to see the trade discussion generally focus on digital trade opportunities. We'd also like to see the discussion picked up in global bodies as well. The WTO, I was just in Geneva about 10 days ago, had a chance to meet with the Director General, as well as constituencies from Singapore and Australia and Japan that have historically been leading the WTO discussions on the e-commerce tariff moratorium, something that's been a part of the legacy of the WTO for literally decades, and the U.S. has led on. And of course, in the digital trade arena, we saw a real move in the opposite direction during the Biden administration, away from supporting the moratorium on e-commerce tariffs, which frankly was difficult to understand. It's still difficult to understand today, even though the Biden administration is not around anymore. We need to move that in the opposite direction. We need to see the Trump administration re-engage and see the benefits to U.S. companies of the moratorium on e-commerce tariffs that the WTO has really supported strongly for close to 3 decades. So we're looking forward to that kind of discussion taking place as well. But just to wrap up on this question of what we're looking for from the Trump administration, the digital trade portfolio is such a core component of the overall trade goals of the Trump administration to advance U.S. leadership in AI and other areas that I know we'll talk about in a minute, and also to ensure that the export opportunities for U.S. companies from the U.S. are focused not only on those all-important physical goods, but on the digital trade opportunities as well.
Thanks, Jason, and you teed up Ambassador Tan perfectly, so that's great. I mean, the one thing I just wanted to flag your point about how digital trade supports all goods. And I was down at CES in Las Vegas last month. I'm walking along the shop floor and looking at some of NFTC's members like Caterpillar and John Deere, LG, and Siemens, and the way in which the digital tools support the ecosystem and the service contracts for all the big equipment and cars that they produce. And you can't do that on a global basis and export from the United States if you don't have the right digital ecosystem in place. Ambassador Tan, really nice to see you again. Thank you very much for extending your day. I know it's a little bit later there in Geneva. Could you talk about how you hope the Trump administration will engage with Singapore and the rest of the world on digital trade issues?
Hi, Jake. Good to see you. Thank you for the question and for moderating this discussion. And I also want to thank Ken for the invitation to participate in this conversation. Well, from the outset, let me say I don't have a crystal ball that will enable me to share my expectations of how the Trump administration will engage on digital trade issues, but I'll be happy to share how I hope the Trump administration will do so in the WTO context. First, I hope that the Trump administration will throw its weight firmly behind the moratorium on custom duties on electronic transmissions. This is a point that Jason had raised earlier. The moratorium has been in place since the second ministerial conference in 1998, and it has played an important role in facilitating the growth of digital trade in goods and services. In particular, the moratorium has boosted digitally delivered services, which is the fastest growing segment of international trade. It expanded by almost fourfold over the last 2 decades and is estimated at $3.82 trillion in 2022. In fact, in 2022, the value of American export of services amounted to around $1 trillion, with the majority of these exports being delivered digitally. And as Jason had highlighted earlier, the US enjoy a US $300 billion surplus in digital trade. So there's very good reason for the Trump administration to put its full weight behind the moratorium. Second, I hope that the US will come on board the e-commerce agreement, which would amplify its benefits. As one of the most significant players in the e-commerce space, the US participation in the agreement will give a big boost to the harmonization of global digital trade rules. It will also encourage other countries, of course, to join the agreement and demonstrate American leadership. The US is a key economic partner for almost every country in the world, including Singapore. Hence, we hope to engage the US and hope to be able to persuade the Trump administration to come on board the e-commerce agreement. Third and last point, I hope that the Trump administration will strongly support the incorporation of the e-commerce agreement into the WTO legal architecture. And more importantly, that it will participate in the next phase of negotiations when the time is right. As things stand now, we are already behind the curve. We are playing a game of catch-up with the rapid pace of digital transformation. And we lack a common set of global digital trade rules. Hence, we must ensure that the agreement is implemented sooner rather than later, especially in the face of economic fragmentation. So I certainly hope that the Trump administration will return to the table, that it will adopt a pragmatic approach in the second phase of negotiations, which we hope to address issues such as data flows, data localization, and source code. Thank you. I'll end here.
Thank you, Ambassador Tan, and thank you for your ongoing leadership in Geneva. You've done a lot of the heavy lifting to advance these conversations on digital trade and the e-commerce moratorium and the JSI. And so really appreciate everything you've done and continue to do. And I'm sure we'll have some follow-up in a couple of minutes. Olivia, great to see you as well again, and thank you for taking some time out of running your business to be with us. Maybe take a moment to tell us about Archoscope, and if you could, maybe just tell us what a small business like yours needs from the Trump administration so that you can succeed globally.
Really happy to. Hi, I'm Olivia Welch. I'm a sleep doctor turned app maker. My company makes apps to help people manage shift work and get over jet lag. And I think that second one can kind of clue you into why I'm here. People who are jet lagged are usually in a different country from where they originated, which means global trade is part of what we do. Since connecting with folks like Jake, I've really learned how much the e-commerce moratorium matters to us. It's so important to us. It wasn't actually something that had occurred to me, being somebody coming from sleep tech, that for instance, digital goods crossing borders could be something that tariffs are applied to. And one of the reasons it was so incomprehensible to me is I think of digital goods as just fundamentally different than other goods. I mean, if I called a friend in India and I gave her advice on how to get over jet lag, I don't think anyone would say, oh, that's a digital good. But if I sent her a Zoom recording of me telling her that in a file, okay, well, that's a digital product. If instead of sending her a recording, I wrote it down, and instead of me making it, an AI made it. Well, I think we start to get more and more clearly a digital good, and yet it's the same thing. Crossing borders, it's information, and I think it kind of creates a distortion if one of those is okay and the other one has tariffs applied to it. So I think a big thing startups like me need is continuation of e-commerce moratorium. Another thing is, mentioned we're a small business. We're really small. I see my team of 8 in person 3 times a year, but on Zoom daily. We are really, really good at digital sleep and circadian algorithms, but we are not lawyers. I always say this when I'm on the phone with my lawyer, I'm counting every minute because we're very attentive to our runway and our capital. And you know who's really good at lawyers are big tech. Meta, Google. I don't have the bandwidth, the resources to deal with specific regulations in different countries. And so, while we're not opposed to rules, we want our consistent rules across the board so we don't have to seek legal advice for how to operate in a specific nation. Or more likely just stop operating in that nation. Because again, if we need to jump through a lot of legal hoops, like we'll probably do a cost-benefit analysis and decide, well, people will just be jet lagged there because we don't have the resources to make sure we're compliant. Another sort of non-starter, besides like, oh, it's too complicated, these regulations, is sharing source code. I mean, like our secret sauce is our source code. And we have data collected from Americans spanning years and years that inform our machine learning models that we keep very secret. And if we had to disclose that to operate in a place, it just wouldn't be worth it. There's sweat and literally spit in those samples that we're using to train these models. No tears though, but they're very, very proprietary biospecimen samples that sharing source code would expose, so we just would not go there. And I'll close by saying a big thing that we hope for from the Trump administration is that they're going to remove barriers to data flows. Data flows foster innovation. I work with people all around the world. We're trying to not just fix shift work and jet lag, but also have people time their medicines so they're more effective. And bureaucracy getting in the way of that is not what we want. And so anything that can encourage data flows that will foster American innovation is something we're very much behind.
Olivia, thank you very much for sharing your story and sort of connecting the everyday work that you do back to some of these larger policy issues, right? I mean, some of the issues that you spoke about are captured in the great rules that the Trump administration wrote for the U.S.-Mexico-Canada free trade agreements and the agreement with Japan. And so I think it's important to keep in mind the practical effect that policy has on businesses like yours. So thank you. Jason, I want to turn back to you maybe to dig in a little more on AI. And so, I think that race to win the global AI competition sort of adds some urgency to the need for global leadership. And, there's been a lot of discussion after the announcement of DeepSeek's platform about the future of U.S. global AI leadership. And so, could you talk a little bit more in the specific context of AI? How should the United States seek to lead and how can it go about doing that?
Yeah, I think you're right to characterize this as a race, Jake, and DeepSeek obviously got a lot of attention, and that attention was not just in DC, it was on Wall Street as well, about what that meant for future investment in AI in the US. And look, if we believe what DeepSeek said, which I don't necessarily, based on some of the initial announcements and some of the initial coverage, it's a pretty cool technology development. It may or may not have all the capabilities that it's been suggested it has, but there's no doubt that we're in a race in the US against China and other economies for AI leadership. And the one thing we can take away definitively from DeepSeek is that this is a race and that there are capabilities being launched around the world. And if the Trump administration wants the US to remain the leader in AI, it needs to make some very quick and very definitive policy decisions in a number of areas to include both the trade topic and the tariff topic that we've been talking about, but some other important digital trade areas of policy focus. So what we're really looking for the US to do is engage, and a couple of early encouraging signs. One is OSTP, even though the new OSTP director, Michael Kratsios, hasn't been confirmed. The interim director is leading already and moving already, and has issued a request as of last week for industry engagement and industry involvement and feedback on what the new roadmap for AI strategy for the Trump administration should be. Very encouraging to see that, and obviously there's going to be a huge trade component to that. We're looking forward to filing comments there and participating in that discussion. Two, in the very waning days of the Biden administration, the so-called AI diffusion rule that was issued was not very well thought out, was not very well executed, and holds very real risk for US AI domination globally, for the simple reason that it raises questions about the willingness of the US to engage with partners around the world and make AI technology available around the world robustly in a way that protects national security, but also promises economic growth and development for US AI investors. That decision was a poor decision made literally a week before the Biden administration left town. We have an opportunity there because the Trump administration has a comment period open for the next few months on that. So we have an opportunity to work with the administration to engage on that. That's a very important global AI leadership question around AI. And then again, as I said before, I think the hope that we have, the aspiration we hope that we hold for the Trump administration is for that kind of industry engagement, asking a lot of questions, informing policymakers. I'll be up on the Hill on Wednesday, snow permitting, testifying about AI and manufacturing and policies that the Hill can adopt there. It was great to hear Olivia talk about her app, because it uses something called a digital twin, which creates a representation of my sleep patterns in the digital world. Digital twins are something that is used in manufacturing as well very effectively with AI to create a virtual rendering of an assembly line before actually constructing it, for example. So opportunities to inform Congress about that as well, I think, are really important. But AI leadership also requires, Jake, I'll just say this last, a sound analysis of national security interests that make sure that whatever tools are adopted to protect American security are narrowly tailored to that specific end. We see the harm that happens with our allies around the world if we don't do that correctly, as with the AI diffusion rule. The US picked, seemingly at random, the Biden administration picked a number of countries around the world that can get access to US compute power from technology companies and excluded other countries at random from that list. We expect and hope that the Trump administration will do a better job of determining where those national security threats actually exist so that we can work with our partners on a global stage to advance US AI domination.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, as I recall, that line excluded a number of close U.S. allies and trading partners as well, right? And so, I think we share your concern there. I think, Ambassador Tan, we talked a little bit about this already, but as we said, the Trump administration helped launch the WTO Joint Statement Initiative, including on e-commerce. Could you talk a little bit about the mood in Geneva right now, and what do you see as kind of just expand on your earlier answer in terms of the role for the United States in advancing that shared digital trade agenda? Feel free to talk beyond Geneva if you would like as well.
Well, thank you, Jake, for that follow-up question. I have expressed my hopes on what I would like to see the Trump administration do in terms of engaging in digital trade issues. So let me just add two more points. The first point really is that American leadership is extremely important. The US has an extremely important role to play in shaping the shared digital trade agenda. And I think here the operative word is shared. It's a digital trade agenda that is shared by everybody. And the US has an extremely important role to play because it is the largest digital economy in the world. And in 2023, accounted for more than 15% of global digitally delivered services exports. The US is also home to the lion's share of tech giants, including Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft. And these giants drive the development of many frontier digital technologies. So what this means is that the US is deeply integrated into the global digital trade supply chain. So its actions and its non-actions, the choices that it makes, will shape the future of the shared digital trade agenda. Hence, I hope that industry players, including small companies like the one that Olivia runs, will continue to encourage the Trump administration to support efforts to accelerate the adoption of interoperable digital trade rules. And the key word here is interoperable. In this connection, I'm encouraged that since the text of the e-commerce agreement was published in July last year, many US businesses have expressed strong support and reaffirmed its value in establishing useful and meaningful e-commerce rules. And taking up the point that Olivia raised earlier, these rules are extremely important in providing predictability and certainty to businesses. The second point, concerning the shared digital trade agenda, is that the best arena for that to happen is the WTO. The WTO sits at the core of the rules-based multilateral trading system. And every one of its 166 members share the common responsibility of working together to advance a shared digital trade agenda. Just last week, I had the pleasure of moderating a fireside chat with President Santiago Peña of Paraguay. And among his many wise observations, the one that has stuck with me was his point that any crisis of multilateralism can only be solved by one thing: more multilateralism. So I hope that the US will continue to support the WTO, will continue to play an important role in strengthening the WTO and in shaping the shared digital trade agenda. I think I'll stop here.
All right. Thank you, Ambassador Tan. And you make a really good point about the U.S. needing to be at the table. We always say if you're down at the table, you're on the menu. And I think that's true not only at the WTO, but, Jason, as you were talking about U.S. global AI leadership, that's at the G7, the G20, the OECD, all these forums where they are setting AI standards in addition to making new digital trade rules. So I think, we'll have to wait and see how the Trump administration decides to engage in all of those bodies. Kate, I want to turn to you next. So can this administration sort of walk and chew gum at the same time? The president personally has been very focused on goods and reshoring domestic manufacturing. Can he and they continue to do that while also leading on digital trade? And, I know we haven't really mentioned tariffs yet, but is there a risk that frictions over tariffs will complicate U.S. leadership on digital trade?
Yeah, thanks. I think first, I think I don't agree in a separation between manufacturing goals and digital trade because, increasingly manufacturing is digital and digital is manufacturing. I mean, we can't have strategic deployment in manufacturing growth in the sectors that President Trump has put his weight behind without advanced technological leadership. I mean, this is critical. And so I think they are interchangeably linked. Walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, I think that they have to, and the dizzying amount of executive orders shows that they're prepared to walk and chew gum at the same time. One has to hope that our trading partners can do the same, right? Tariffs will create friction. We see that. I mean, every day there are more comments from trading partners from the White House that indicate that we are barreling towards some difficulty, shall we say, with trading partners. I mean, I think what I would say is that disagreements around certain approaches shouldn't mean that we can't work together when we want to or need to. And one hopes that friction over tariff policy won't cloud our ability to do that with our trading partners, because I agree with what others have said. It's really critical that we work together on these shared policy goals. And I think the things that sort of create a foundation of the president's goal on U.S. technological leadership mean that we'll have to depend on some of these very foundational things that we have talked about in the WTO and with our trading partners. No forced data localization, free flow of data, non-discriminatory treatment of digitally delivered goods and services. I mean, these are going to be critical components of not only U.S. technological leadership, but the digital economy globally. And I think, we haven't really spoken very much about China. It's sort of there in the background, but these are principles that we've lost a little bit, particularly with the pullback from the U.S. in the global discussions. And I think if we want to be successful in confronting the growth of China, we have to do it with our partners. So, I hope everyone can walk and chew gum at the same time. We're going to have to get through some challenging conversations, but I think it's in all of our best interest to do so.
Thanks, Kate. And I think, one thing that I noticed during the last administration was that there were these sort of headline-grabbing issues that the president talked about frequently, and tariffs certainly among them. But then there was sort of this workmanlike progress that was made on a continuous basis on digital trade. And I think during that first Trump administration, it resulted in a number of either good outcomes or progress being made on things like the WTO e-commerce moratorium. And so, that could be a way forward this time around as well. Olivia, could you talk a little bit about, what happens if the United States doesn't step up its leadership? What happens if the world continues to fracture, China continues to sort of barrel ahead, and, if we don't step up our game and kind of lead that global coalition?
Yeah, I think there's cut you off because I was so excited to talk about this. I think there's the like sort of straightforward bummer, which is that we limit our market, right? Like we don't operate in certain countries because either the rules are too much for us to manage, or there's forced source code disclosure, which we don't want to do. And so everyone gets a little bit more jet lagged, and we earn less money and we're less competitive. Longer timescale, especially for the sort of addressable, hey, this nation has specific rules, you need to put data localized there. I imagine third-party vendors will pop up, right? They'll recognize that this is a need, we have to operate, and we'll pay them for the service of making us compliant. But honestly, like I'd rather avoid that middleman, especially since it again, advantages big companies over small companies. The big companies who don't need to pay them or are better equipped to pay them get the edge, and small companies who just want to operate in that place, but now are paying an extra % on every dollar they bring in just to be compliant there. It adds up. I mean, like as a person who operates in Apple's App Store, you're talking a 30% cut on what you bring in for the services that they provide. And they do a lot of this sort of compliance stuff already for us, but I don't want to see that number go up any more than it has to.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Olivia, very much. Jason, I want to turn back to you. I mean, you talked about China and about national security. And so this is an area where, the last panel talked about the increasing importance of national security and economic security as well. And so, as you look forward in terms of U.S. leadership, that could be writing digital trade rules. It could be, engaging in multilateral forums, but it could also be, as you suggested, thinking about new export controls, national security rules, clean cloud networks out of the State Department, right? And so could you talk a little bit more about that, how the United States ought to lead in terms of balancing that national security component and economic competitiveness?
It's such an important question, and it's a tough one. And these issues are very complicated. And obviously, the U.S. government has a primary responsibility to protect the national security interests of the country. So these issues are not insignificant. At the same time, we can do this in a way that balances those legitimate national security interests with the economic goals that we've been talking about all day. I mean, the goal of trade at the end of the day is to provide U.S. companies access to the 95% of the world that doesn't live in the United States. And a pretty significant percentage of those people, 1.4 billion of them or so, live in China. And so if we're going to manufacture in the US and we're going to produce in the US and we're going to innovate in the US, it makes no sense to deny US companies access to that massive market. And we can do this balancing act in a way that really recognizes the economic interests and the economic advantage of selling into China without implicating the national security interests. There's a big difference between selling products or services that advance the interests of the Chinese military and one that advances the interest of Chinese consumers. So that's the really, I think, the heart of the challenge. And again, I don't mean to minimize how challenging this is. We want to make sure that U.S. companies, when they're manufacturing in particular, and the semiconductor industry is a great example of this, semiconductors manufactured in the US, that's fantastic. We want to encourage that. We're doing very well there. We're going to do better in the coming years. But we need to make sure those semiconductors can be sold where things are made. And a lot of things are made in China. And cutting off that market access to US manufactured semiconductors doesn't make any sense if there isn't a national security interest. So this balance has to be struck. And it's important in the physical world. It's important in the digital world as well, because we want AI to have access to international markets when it's created and innovated and manufactured digitally here in the US. And if there isn't a national security interest in preventing that from happening, we don't want to deny American companies those overseas markets that are so important.
The other thing thank you, Jason. I mean, the other thing that I would add is that the process matters too, and that we complained about it when the Trump administration put out orders without a comment period or the ability to talk about unintended consequences. We complained about it again when the Biden administration did the same thing. And so, what's really important, I think, both from the USTR perspective in terms of developing new digital trade rules, but certainly from a national security perspective and what the Bureau of Industry and Security at the Commerce Department and others do is really making sure that you've got a process in place that takes into account and solicits the advice of stakeholders so that you have a better final product. Because otherwise you get at exactly the complaints that you had, Jason, about the Biden administration's rules that they developed as they were leaving town. Kate, anything that you wanted to add to that conversation?
Well, first, I have to agree with you completely about comment. I mean, we used to negotiate good regulatory practices, and the Administrative Procedures Act was the thing that we talked about. You can't make good policy without actually getting everybody's input. And you really want to try to avoid unnecessary trade friction when you don't have to. I think it's a really interesting question when we look at these sectors, which we've deemed to be critical to our national security. I mean, we're trying to build them from the bottom up in an environment where there is not fair competition. And so, you have to be really thoughtful about how you do that. Margins are incredibly tough. We have lots of extra costs in the U.S. that we need to somehow figure out how to offset those. Maybe it's through subsidies, maybe it's through tariffs, but I do think we all can agree we have to be able to access buyers outside the United States. And we have to make sure that we're not creating, quote unquote, own goals by increasing tariff burdens that we could otherwise limit. So I do think these things can't operate in a vacuum. They have to be done with a very thoughtful notion of the entire supply chain, including the inputs, the customers, the developers, and all the rest. And so it does have to be regulated and promulgated in a thoughtful way.
Thank you, Kate. Ken, I see you back on. Over to you.
Hate to cut off a conversation about a super important topic, one that we're really glad, Jake, to partner with NFTC on looking at more at these issues. Jason, you're also a great partner. Mr. Ambassador, pleasure to see you again, and very grateful for you making the time this late in the evening in Geneva. And Olivia, pleasure to meet you. I have to look into your app and your company. Could certainly use a little bit of help, probably with my own sleep patterns these days, as I continue to look at my phone to see what latest news is popping up. Probably not good for my health to be doing that either. Anyway, thank you all very much. Really appreciate your time. Looking forward to keeping this conversation going with all of you again in the months to come. Before we bring on our next session, I want to continue to call out some of those we are in community with at today's conference, even if you can't see them online. Welcome to Torin Chidgey, First Secretary of Trade at the Embassy of Australia. Adam Van Ziem-Opeland, First Secretary of Agriculture Trade at the Embassy of New Zealand. Martin Stensland, a Counselor for International Trade and Industrial Affairs at the Embassy of Norway. And our good friend Ruth Schipper, the Trade Counselor at the Embassy of the Netherlands. Welcome, Torin, Adam, Martin, and Ruth. And I'd like to welcome on camera now our next expert panel to provide some context on one of America's most critical global relationships. The U.S. China relationship remains central to any discussion of trade in Washington and around the world. And we have a fantastic panel today to discuss some of the fiery issues in U.S. China trade relations. Again, you can find all their biographies in the online event program we emailed today, and it's also on our website. After I briefly introduce our panel, a reminder that their full biographies are in our event program that we sent around earlier today. Welcome to Andrew Grotto with Stanford University and the Hoover Institution, Peter Harrell, a non-resident fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Dr. Melanie Hart, Senior Director of the Global China Hub at the Atlantic Council, Dr. James Mulvenin, Chief Intelligence Officer at Pamir Consulting, and our moderator, my good friend Nova Daly, Senior Public Policy Advisor at Wiley Ryan LLP, and somebody who is frequently in my ear reminding me about which topics we need to be covering at WIDA and the right speakers to get on. And very grateful to you, Nova, for your friendship and support. Thanks.
Absolutely. And Ken, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Yes.
I can hear you. I can see you now after that strange darkness that was enveloping you. I don't even want to take that as a metaphor for our discussion. So thank you for joining us, all of you.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Ken, and thank you, WIDA, for this opportunity to host this august and extremely accomplished panel to discuss hot button issues, China issues, how they involve national security, technology, and cyber. So while the United States and the rest of the world have, for the past weeks, been saturated with executive orders on tariffs and trade, DOGE, and the culling of the U.S. workforce, our eyes have been taken, at least momentarily, I hope, and only momentarily, away from what many here would agree is the greatest challenge to the preeminence of the United States as a global leader for innovation, peace, and the ideals of human governance. That challenge is China. So it's time to refocus on that challenge. And with this learned and experienced panel, I hope we can recapture some ground and focus. While this panel will be interactive at the end, it will be a little structured at the start because you need to hear and focus on what these folks have to say. I'm first going to turn it over to Dr. Melanie Hart to provide her insights regarding where and how the United States, the administration, and Congress, and even U.S. states should focus their attention, resources, and efforts to address China's aggressive, multifaceted, and global efforts to upend American technology, economic, and military leadership. Following that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Grotto and Dr. James Mulvenin for a deep dive on the hot button issues on China cyber. James is going to cover, Andrew Grotto is going to cover, James is going to cover and go first, focus on the most salient and destructive China threats. And then Andrew is going to then focus on the U.S. policy responses. Wrapping this up, the more structured portion will be a discussion, will be Peter Harrell, who, given his very recent leadership positions, will provide continuity on what this next administration, this current one, must do to drive and implement solutions in the technology competition that we face with China. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Hart.
Sure. I think, just to start the conversation off, the biggest challenge that I see is de-risking our supply chains where we have deep dependence on China and figuring out how to move the global economy toward a structure that's more diversified and more resilient. And, there's three big areas of wins that the U.S. was achieving under the Biden administration that I really hope to see the Trump administration double down on, because winning is good. We want to see more of that. And I really measure winning in terms of deals. If you're moving supply chains, if you're seeking to reduce China reliance, that means you're undoing deals in China, and you need to be forming new deals elsewhere in those supply chains where you have some critical dependencies. So I'd just like to flag, three areas that have been going really well. One is critical minerals. Another one is the chip supply chain, and the third is financing through DFC. When we're competing with China to do deals around the world, we can't outcompete Beijing if the competition is who shows up with the maximum amount of cash, because Beijing can do cash in a suitcase really well. So what we need to do to prevail is to figure out, well, what's our benefit that China can't match? And in each of those areas, I think we've done that with great success. In critical minerals, the benefit the U.S. has that China can't match is allies and partners. All of our allies and partners are as freaked out about China's critical mineral export controls as the U.S. is, and we all benefit when any of us bring new deals online. If Australia brings a critical mineral project online, that's great for us. We can buy from them. If we bring one online, that's great for Canada. That's great for Australia. That's great for Europe. What we want, the objective is more critical mineral supply outside of PRC control. And the State Department launched the Mineral Security Partnership, which has 15 countries actively working together to bring their companies together, to pool financing, to go out, find critical mineral mines and processing projects and bring them online. And two big deals were announced last year as part of the MSP. One was a germanium project in the DRC with a Belgian partner. Another one was a graphite mine in Tanzania with ROK-based POSCO and Australia's BlackRock Mining. Deals means it's working. So I'd love to see the Trump administration double down, see if you can bring more deals online than the Biden administration did in critical minerals. On the chips front, our big advantage when it comes to the semiconductor supply chain is that the CHIPS Act is big and sparkly and attractive. And for partner countries, if their two options are being a part of the US-centric chip supply chain and having a lower value-added place in a China supply chain, they will choose chips every time. The State Department was the one agency that Congress awarded some funding to support the international side of that supply chain. And State was doing a lot of work in Latin America and Southeast Asia and identifying where do we need some additional capacity with nations outside the US to supplement what we'll be doing here at home, particularly on downstream processing, for example. And State was making some very targeted investments to bring partners into that supply chain in Costa Rica, in Panama, in Mexico, in Vietnam, in the Philippines, and Indonesia. And where State showed up and brought partners into the supply chain, those same nations started pushing back on China. There's a reason Costa Rica told Huawei no thanks on the 5G front, because they had a better offer as being part of a centric supply chain. So double down, on that kind of funding and financing, small funding, small amounts of funding that can incentivize much bigger private sector investment in deals. And third and finally, DFC is just now hitting this tipping point where DFC is outbidding Chinese state banks and Chinese SOEs and winning deals that China wants that we're getting. DFC teamed up with Japan's investment bank to outbid a PRC company and acquire massive telecommunication networks in the Pacific Islands. That was a trilateral partnership, actually, between the U.S., Japan, and Australia It worked. We won. DFC outbid a Chinese SOE for a shipyard in Greece. DFC showed up with financing and convinced Sierra Leone to rip up a contract they had with China to build an airport and instead do a smaller, more efficient, made more sense one with DFC financing. They figured out how to outcompete China. We want to really double down there. And just finally, all of that progress is currently on the potential chopping block with this big federal aid funding freeze. The CHIPS money is foreign assistance. Even when agencies aren't directly frozen, like DFC and Exim Bank, companies around the world are looking at those financing vehicles and they suddenly look a lot riskier and a lot less attractive as a partner, because now you're wondering if they're going to get turned off when you're right at that critical deal making phase. And so, make deals happen. We have the tools to do it. Let's see if we can double down in those areas.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Hart. That's fantastic. Dr. James Mulvenin, please let us know your insights into what's going on the cyber front.
Thank you, Nova. I appreciate being here. Of course, looking at the cyber element of all of this, to me, China and the cyber issue, again, as you said, for the last month or so, has been a little bit in the background, but it is really the through line through many of the national security issues that we're talking about on this panel, particularly given the travel restrictions and the reduction of travel to China. It's now, of course, the primary vector for theft of American technology. It's now the primary vector for Chinese technology espionage. And it's also now the primary vector for attack and sabotage against U.S. critical infrastructure. And if we've learned anything from the various typhoons, Volt Typhoon, Flax Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, Twill Typhoon, I must say I'm actually in agreement with former CISA director Jen Easterly that we need to stop focusing so much on industry code names and sort of call things for what they really are. But it shows that the China cyber issue in every domain of U.S. power is not abating, but it's actually going much deeper. And in fact, I would argue that the Typhoon attacks actually show that we're in a very deep deterrence hole with respect to China, and it's just getting deeper. It is clear to me that neither the Chinese nor the Russians in this domain feel like they've found our pain point yet. And you can't simply declare that you have a cyber deterrent. You actually need to act upon it. And what the administration is going to struggle with is that there's really only two ways to establish stability in the cyber domain. One is deterrence through denial, which unfortunately, given the mesh nature of the global network, is really impossible. And all that you're left with really is deterrence through punishment, which is the idea of imposing costs. And I would argue that cyber is actually about to greatly complicate the U.S.-China trade relationship, but now in a bidirectional way. Because previously, in the previous administration and other sort of contexts, we have not really responded forcefully to the typhoons. But may remember in Trump 1, NSPM 13, which was the document related to cyber operations, was actually much more aggressive, lowered the threshold for approval of offensive cyber operations. And so I predict that if they can go back down that road again, which they've given every indication they're going to, we're going to see a lot more offensive imposition of costs from the executive branch, which is then going to, of course, result in reciprocal tit for tat. But I think you're also going to see a continued, whatever term you want to use, differentiation, decoupling, friendshoring, in the information and technology communication area. For the simple reason that while it may have made sense at the height of globalization to really cluster the world's information and communication technology manufacturing inside China, it is increasingly, from a national security perspective, an increasingly terrible idea, if only because China is now the #1 cyber threat actor. So the idea of building all of your kit inside the same country that is the primary cyber threat actor to the United States really no longer makes sense. And so continuing those controls, which in my personal opinion, in China, you always point at your nose when you're talking about yourself. In my personal opinion, we did a very uneven job of actually enforcing the rules that came out. And I'd be very interested to find out in the coming administration how Mr. Kessler and other key people within the bureaucracy view those rules, view the enforcement of those rules, whether they're going to double down on them. But I think that the ongoing intrusions by the Chinese military and the Ministry of State Security into fundamental critical infrastructure in the United States doesn't give us the luxury really of pulling back on any of those controls, but really argues in a major way for reindustrialization on the side that Melanie was talking about a moment ago. And I'll give you one final example for all of the company people on the line looking to improve their Q2 number. If you read the CISA and NSA guidance about Salt Typhoon very carefully, there was one key thing that was missing. And that was the patch or the patches that you were supposed to apply to the vulnerability that allowed them to get into the system. And that's because it's not fixable. You literally have to rip and replace out billions of dollars worth of hardware from the core routing infrastructure of the tier 1 telecoms carriers in the United States. Now, you could look at that as a tremendous opportunity if you're a telecoms equipment manufacturer like a Cisco or a Juniper or somebody like that, because we just have to rip all of it out root and branch and replace it. It is simply not patchable or fixable. And so that vulnerability will exist for as long as that equipment is still in the network. And that has to be one of the very first things that the administration has to deal with.
James, that's excellent. Scary stuff out there on the typhoons, and at the cost of rip and replace. And I'm sure even getting into quantum and what that's going to mean in terms of point of the spear is going to be important. And Dr. Hart, thank you. That was exceptional. And the deal, we're going to talk about art of the deal. I can't wait to get to it. Anyway, I'm going to turn next to Andrew. Going to give some U.S. policy prescriptions, hopefully mentioning our NSA and getting them to be better point of the spear. But please fire away, Andrew.
Yeah, well, I think that this administration is inheriting a pretty formidable arsenal of tools from the Biden administration. The Cyber National Mission Force was elevated to a subordinate unified command under U.S. Cyber Command in December of 2022. The force was deployed last year more than 85 times, which is more than in the previous 6 years combined. That's a positive trend line. In January, the administration revised the cyber sanctions framework to give more power to the Trump administration to target hackers targeting critical infrastructure. Then you have measures like the FCC Equipment Authorization Program, the ICTS Supply Chain Rule. So there are some tools that the administration, kind of put the finishing touches on in the last year that this administration is going to be able to wield, and that's positive. What I hope this administration will do is really continue to focus on defense. That's still a weak link in our approach to cybersecurity. I would like to see, and I think this administration is probably best positioned to do it. I don't think we'll have another chance to do this anytime soon, is to work with Congress to pass minimum standards for critical infrastructure on cybersecurity. As it stands now, we have multiple sectors across critical infrastructure that are not subject to minimum standards, water, for example, being one. And what's really important about this is that you have sectors like water that simply can't afford to pay for security because their margins are too thin. So I would like to see this administration work with Congress to pass minimum standards for critical infrastructure, for cybersecurity, and include provisions to help sectors with slim to non-existent margins pay for it. And why don't I stop there? I know we don't have a ton of time left, and I want to leave plenty of time for us to get into a back and forth discussion. So back to you, Nova.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much, Andrew. And just thinking broadly on all the things you said, it's like I just think about sort of deterrence, right? I mean, if you have a vulnerable water supply and infrastructure, what are the deterrents from an actor like China going after that in terms of the critical infrastructure that we have? I mean, is it like the nuclear arms race where it's so destructive if the offensive capabilities of one is so offensive to the other that they don't take that kind of forward-leaning action? Anyway, I'm going to turn it over to one of the great minds in policy and trade and cyber and technology, Peter Harrell, to give us his views on where we need to go and between the two administrations. Thanks, Peter.
Well, thank you, Nova, and thanks to WIDA for inviting me to be on this panel. And it's great to be here with a number of distinguished colleagues I've known for several years. And I also want to thank all of you online for continuing to be interested in a panel on China. I sort of feel like all anyone wants to talk about today is like Canada tariffs. But if I actually look at the trajectory of what's going to matter over the next couple of years, China, I think, and the U.S. China tech and economic relationship really is going to remain front and center and really matter both strategically and economically, even if we all get distracted by blowups of things that are in the news on any given week. And I want to start by saying that I think we are broadly likely to see a fair amount of continuity between the Trump administration picking up where the Biden administration left off, just as frankly the Biden administration picked up from Trump term one. And I think you saw that continuity from Trump to Biden the first time around on some of the issues that Melanie, for example, talked about, where actually CHIPS Act was first passed under Trump and then picked up by Biden, and saw continuity around critical minerals. And certainly, the new administration, as it settled in, has talked about, maybe revisiting some of the specific terms on chips and that kind of thing. If you look at National Security Advisor Waltz's history, if you look at Secretary of State Rubio's history, if you look at some of the other incoming officials, you really see officials who have talked a lot about the need for to invest in kind of critical supply chains, critical U.S. sectors as part of our competition with China. And while there may be some tactical differences in approach, I think you are going to see continuity in this view of we need to be investing in American technological leadership as well as in kind of American supply chain resilience. Similarly, I think you're going to see a fair amount of continuity, or certainly more continuity than discontinuity, on the steps that the new administration, as it settles in, is going to take to protect the lead that the U.S. has in a number of technologies. The Biden administration became a very active and aggressive user of export controls. I'm not sure, and I think it's a little early to know exactly where the Trump administration will diverge and build on, or, maybe tweak a little bit. But it has been notable to me that for all the consternation there was about the Biden administration's AI diffusion export controls in January, Trump administration has kept that in place, at least so far. And while they could change it, I think, and amend it a bit, I think you are going to continue to see an aggressive focus on export controls. I'd also note and call out, in the kind of Trump administration building on things the Biden administration did, if you look at President Trump's day one trade executive order, there were a couple of provisions, a lot of the focus was on kind of the trade wars to come, but there were a couple of provisions in there that explicitly directed his administration to build on things the Biden administration had done. In particular, called on his administration to look at the outbound investment restrictions that the Biden administration had put in place and to determine whether there were additional areas to look at restricting investment. And similarly, that executive order called on the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, once he gets confirmed, to take a look at what the Biden administration had done to limit the use of Chinese internet-connected cars here in the United States, and see if there are other products that should be restricted there. I think reflecting some of the cybersecurity concerns that Jim and Andrew talked about in their remarks. So again, building on. Where do I think there's going to be divergence? And then I'm going to come in a moment to where I think the X factor is. I think we're probably going to see, and are already seeing in some sense, the Trump administration obviously focusing more on use of tariffs than the Biden administration did. You know, the Biden administration was really quite judicious in further increasing tariffs on China. It did increase tariffs last year, but in a very kind of targeted on strategic products ways. I personally think that President Trump is kind of more concerned than Biden was about China as an economic competitor. Biden was very concerned about him as an economic competitor, also very much as a strategic competitor. I think Trump is very, very, very concerned about China as an economic competitor. And so you're going to see more of a focus on these trade issues and tariffs, even as we continue to see a ratcheting up of the national security controls. And so, we obviously already have increased tariffs in place. There's been a kind of temporary pause on the changes to de minimis that were announced a week ago. But I think clearly we're likely to see an increase in tariffs, much more so than we did under the Biden administration. I would also posit there's some decent chance over the next 3 to 4 years that we may begin the Trump administration to look at tariffs on Chinese-made components that are going into products that are built in third countries. I think that'll be an interesting and complex issue for all of us in the trade community to work through. And then finally, what's the X factor? The X factor with the Trump administration is always Donald Trump. So you can look and talk to many of the folks that Trump has brought in, whether Secretary Rubio or now National Security Advisor Waltz or others, and a very hawkish approach towards China. I think a very sort of control-oriented and hawkish approach. But Trump does love a deal, right? And that's just the reality of dealing with Donald Trump. And I think the lesson of term one, as well as an analysis of the practical realities of the relationship between the U.S. and China, is that a deal is going to be hard. There are just a ton of issues in the relationship that would need to be addressed. With Trump, you can't rule out some unexpected curveballs that might come into the relationship. And I think we all have to be scenario planning what those could look like, even if our base case scenario is more tariffs, ratchet up some export controls, and maybe expand the investment restrictions. I'll leave it there.
Great stuff, Peter. Yeah, and I think we could pretty much expect the X factor to constantly hit us, which will always makes things interesting. So I'm very selfish, but I want to let the audience ask some questions. So please, if you have questions, please put them out there, and we look forward to them. But I am selfish, and so I really want to dig into some more topics with these fantastic panelists. Dr. Hart, I want to start with you. You had a very important role at the State Department addressing the issues we're discussing today. So what would be or has been your advice to Secretary Rubio? What would be it, Secretary Rubio, that is a must-do in addressing a need to rapidly secure or de-risk U.S. supply chains to reduce our dependence on China?
Sure. I mean, I'd go back to those 3 big areas I mentioned before, double down on what our advantages are. With critical minerals, it's got to be working with allies because we can't outcompete China on cash. With the CHIPS Act, keep the U.S. supply chain strong and look for those opportunities to pull partner nations in so that they are moving towards us instead of towards China. And make our financing, the U.S. government financing partnerships, a really attractive alternative. DFC has been pricing Chinese companies out because at the end of the day, when they're not frozen, a lot of countries see DFC as a preferential partner than the Chinese alternative. So, right now, my number one piece of advice would be whatever process you have underway to review all of the foreign assistance, put half the department on that to move it as quickly as possible, because every day that we are off the battlefield, China's China's just running the plates, man. You know, I'm hearing from a lot of NGOs working out in the field that the CCP is starting to approach foreign governments and say, if the US isn't going to show up, why don't you talk to us now? And, you know, we've worked too hard to wedge into global markets to see that easily to Beijing. So my number one piece of advice would be, hey, whatever review needs to happen with assistance or any other US policies, review away, but put a bunch of people on it and review fast, because while we're off the field, China's doubling down.
That's great stuff. Thank you, Melanie. And thank you for all your service. So going to Mr. Mulvaney. So Jane, you know, back in the days, just, you know, it's personal plug. Back in the days when I was running CFI as the Treasury in the Bush administration, you were one of those outside folks, very few, that were brought in to sort of give a debrief on what was going on with China, Chinese technology, and certain companies, especially Huawei. So since that time, what's your view? Have U.S. efforts to address, you know, Huawei and other critical Chinese technology companies in terms of competition, has it been effective globally? Are we doing our job since we last spoke back then?
Well, Nova, you know, I'm a proud graduate of the University of Michigan, and our national championship winning coach, Jim Harbaugh, at one point in a halftime speech said, "We can't take our boot off their neck." And my fear on the Huawei issue is that we took our boot off their neck. And a lot of that had to do, and I was greatly frustrated by, you know, the applications and the information that was passed to Commerce about the illicit fabs that Huawei was building around the country, where we were clearly showing that they were Huawei owned, Huawei affiliated, and they were able to basically work around a lot of the controls that we had put into place. But that being said, we also did a really good job through the plurilateral systems, I think, of breaking down some of the antitrust barriers between Western competitors in the 5G telecoms equipment space, which at least offers some of the opportunities that Melanie mentioned in her presentation, which is us finally being able to offer an end-to-end solution from base stations to handsets through the server infrastructure, so that Huawei and ZTE were not the only offering available to the global South and other places. And we have done a better job of pushing back on some of the pathologies of BRI so that it is a bit more of a level playing field. The administration's decision today about the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act notwithstanding, which was always a factor, frankly, in competing with Huawei in places like Africa. That being said, I think we did succeed in convincing core partners and friends and allies, particularly in the Five Eyes, to eliminate the Huawei elements out of their infrastructure. And my hope is that in the current congressional climate also is that we follow through on the refunding, the supplemental funding to the Rip and Replace program here in the United States, which until recently, I know it got into the NDAA, but until recently was beggared. And the tier 3 telecoms providers in the United States that had agreed to rip and replace were not being paid the money to do that. And so I think we've got to fix that problem at a very fundamental level. Otherwise, we ruin the credibility of the U.S. government in telling these providers that they shouldn't use certain foreign equipment in their network.
That makes a lot of sense. And it's expensive to rip and replace whole systems out there. So.
Yeah.
Awesome. Andrew, so I'm going to turn to you next. So you had an important role at the National Security Council, very important role, addressing the issues that we're discussing today on cyber. So what would be your advice if you were back in your chair at the NSA to NSA Waltz that the White House must do in addressing Chinese espionage and our government and private sector cyber resilience?
Yeah, I mean, it's pursue an integrated approach, right? Use all the tools of national power. And, you know, that requires, you know, obviously, you know, having good people in place at the NSC. Bringing the right staff in. It requires conducting an inventory of what comprises that toolkit. Knowing what instruments of power you have at your disposal. And being realistic about what works and what doesn't work. But at the end of the day, you take an integrated approach. Offense, defense. James alluded to this. That's the way to go. Oh, Nova, you're on mute.
Those little buttons you got to click on. And so what about our capabilities in terms of the NSA? I mean, I'd always, like, when I was in government, I always understood, like, had the advantage, we had the technology, we had the knowledge to have that cyber advantage. I mean, are those more money, more resources, personnel? What about that?
Yeah, well, I'll go back to the point I made at the beginning, which is, if I were him, I think going to Congress and, he's got this rare moment of opportunity with, both houses of Congress, getting Congress to pass baseline cybersecurity standards for critical infrastructure, including funding for those sectors that can't afford security, would be a huge deal for U.S. national security. Right now, for example, U.S. Army installations around the country all rely on local critical infrastructure for service provision. Water, electricity, rail. Many of those sectors aren't covered by minimum standards, and in some cases they can't afford it. That to me is still mind-blowing. It was mind-blowing, 10 years ago when I was senior director for cyber policy. It's still mind-blowing when I teach my students at Stanford this. They're like, wait, what? Like, they're not subject to minimum standards. I mean, it's baffling.
Yeah.
Well, no, if I could make one comment on that. I always tell senior policymakers in the U.S. government, I said, the most powerful weapon in the U.S. government's arsenal is not the Trident D5 missile on the Ohio-class submarine. The most potent weapon in the U.S. government arsenal is actually the federal acquisition regulations. And that if you couple the federal acquisition regulations with raising the floor on NIST standards for that acquisition, you can actually change entire industries overnight because the information and technology, communication technology industry is not going to want to build products to one set of standards for U.S. government contracts and then other standards for consumers. It's going to raise the sea is going to raise all the boats. Now, I'm not sure in this current regulatory environment whether that is a good idea, but that is a relatively easy way. As someone who's speaking from a defense industrial based perspective, where we have to adhere to all of those new standards, we had to wholesale modernize our entire infrastructure to comply.
Yeah, that's a powerful lever. It's interesting. I've had this project with the U.S. Army for the last few years on critical infrastructure around Army installations, and one of our findings so far has been that the operational technology that critical infrastructure relies upon is not subject to nearly the same level of rigor and procurement regulations that the desktop PC and the cloud services are. And so that's a gap that exists that, for example, this administration could fix, with the proverbial stroke of a pen. Although, as you all know, amending the DFAR, the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulation, is not easy to do, but it is well within the reach of a national security advisor if you wanted to make that happen.
Awesome. I might want to come back to both of you on whether the U.S. has been a little too defensive and needs to be a little bit more offensive. But I want to turn it to Mr. Harrell, Peter. You are one of the great architects of really thinking about and addressing the outbound investment regime in terms of money flowing to technologies and companies where that was actually going to be harmful to the U.S. government. So, in terms of where we are today, and what needs to be done with that program? What needs to be done broadly? Should we expand it? What needs to happen there so we're really addressing the root of money getting into these companies that are big competitors with the United States and providing that technology to the military?
Yeah, so Nova, that's a great question. One I know you've done a fair amount of thinking about as well, going back to your time at CFIUS and then since. And I think there are really probably two big strategic choices the Trump administration is going to face on the outbound regime and where they want to take it. The first big strategic. So first let me begin. For those of you who sort of aren't deeply versed in the details, the way some of us have had to be, the Biden administration's outbound investment regime applies to private investments. So things like venture capital, private equity investments, greenfield investments in a handful of high-tech sectors in China, semiconductors, quantum computing, and parts of artificial intelligence. It doesn't apply to buying publicly traded securities of Chinese companies, even if that Chinese company might be involved in one of those sectors. So I think there's first going to be a question for, should the Trump administration, will the Trump administration expand the set of sectors there? And I think you've seen from some of the guys in Congress and some others, some desire to see those sectors expanded to maybe cover some additional defense-related sectors, maybe some additional high-tech sectors. So I think that's going to be their first strategic question. Do we grow the number of sectors that are covered there? And I think that's probably what the day one executive order kind of direction to Treasury Secretary Bessent is getting at. The other big question that's come up a lot in the public debate about the outbound regime is how to deal with publicly traded securities of various Chinese companies. And at the end of the first Trump term, the Trump administration created this list called the Chinese Military Industrial Companies Sanctions List that kind of names a bunch of Chinese companies, and Americans can't invest in those companies. And the Biden administration kept that list, reformed it a little bit, but largely kept it static. And I think there's going to be a really interesting question for the Trump administration of, do they get back to growing that list, sort of putting more publicly traded Chinese companies on the kind of U.S. do not invest list. And that could be, if you look at the proposals that have been kind of out there floating around town from the Hill that some of the folks in the Trump administration have thought about before they went in, that could be simply like growing that list because we're concerned about more companies. It could also be by saying, for example, that companies that are on the Commerce Department's export control list, on the entity list, by and large, all get added to this do not invest list as a way of kind of harmonizing some of these different lists that we see across the U.S. government. I don't know where they'll go. Obviously, the Trump team is dealing with a lot of issues right now on the kind of foreign policy space and geoeconomic space. But I do think by sort of late this year, we're going to see the Trump administration get serious about amending and expanding the outbound investment regime. And it's really just going to be a question of how far they go.
That's great stuff. Dr. Hart, one of the things I really found interesting in your testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations is dealing with the states, the U.S. states themselves. I mentioned it in sort of opening. What's your views? I mean, what are U.S. How can U.S. states help us and all the federal government be ready to address and deal with this competition? I love the deal side of it too, but if you don't mind just jumping in there, and then I'll see if there's any questions on the outside that we can hit.
Sure. I mean, so we have to keep in mind that a lot of state and city governments, they don't have China experts on staff. There are, at the city level in particular, there are a lot of state and city governments that need help figuring out exactly what their local level China policies need to be. So the State Department's been doing a great work there with the subnational diplomacy unit and briefing them and helping state and city governments trade information with one another, track where there may be some growing risks. I think the number one thing that we need to see when it comes to competing with China and understanding where China is across the state and city subnational level is a lot more information flow from Washington out and then back to us. A lot of that's just been happening kind of in limited ways from the FBI that kind of isn't necessarily targeted to what some of the subnational leaders need. So we first of all, my first ask would be a lot more information flow where Washington can help provide the expertise they need to understand where there are risks for example, vetting a Chinese company that shows up and is promising a lot of jobs. That happens. And if you are facing high unemployment and economic issues, it's hard to say no. You don't always have the information you have for due diligence. So we can do better from the DC side. I think the State Department Subnational Diplomacy Unit was getting there. They provided over 80 briefings to state and city governments to help them make good decisions. That's great. We need more of that.
Awesome. Ken, I just want to make sure I'm not overextending the invitation by WITA and the graciousness of the timing of this, but should we hit any other questions? Do we have time, or
we're sadly out of time? We had a lot to pack in here. Really grateful to all of you. It's a really in-depth discussion, important issues for our members to hear from experts about. There's so many things I think that the American people and even people who are very active in the trade community don't understand or don't know about. And we will continue to try to educate about these issues. Many of you, Melanie, Peter, Nova, have been regulars on the WITA platform. Very grateful to you, Peter. We have collaborated on several bigger and smaller topics. Andrew and James, it's a pleasure to have you both on for the first time and hope to have you back again. We'll be discussing a lot of these issues over the months and years to come, and very grateful to all of you for all the questions that have come in. We're going to send those and share those with our panelists. We didn't get to them directly, so we'll send those around so that they can see the questions that were asked. With that, thank you to this panel. Our next topic is one that we'll be talking about a lot over the next 18 months or so: North American trade and the review and likely renegotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. This next panel kicks off a series of events we'll be holding this year and for as long as it takes to discuss the review and possible congressional consideration of a new agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. Before we welcome our panel on, though, I'd like to welcome our USMCA Review Series sponsors: Amanda Farrell and Margaret Ambrose with General Motors, Andrea Durkin and Ann Collett with the National Association of Manufacturers, Jennifer Savavian and Rory Heslington with Autos Drive America. Welcome, Amanda, Margaret, Andrea, Ann, Jennifer, and Rory. And of course, we are delighted to have all of you still with us today for the fourth panel. I'd like to invite them to please turn on their cameras. To start us off, we couldn't think of a better way to begin the series of USMCA review than to bring back together the three individuals who helped lead negotiations for the three countries. CJ Mahoney, who's today is a corporate vice president, but he was Deputy General Counsel for Cloud and AI at Microsoft, but then he was the Deputy United States Trade Representative. And I'll note, CJ's joining us in his personal capacity as the former lead U.S. official who oversaw USMCA negotiations. Nothing he says today should be construed as speaking on behalf of his current employer. Steve Rahul, a principal GT and Company Executive Advisors, former Special Advisor for Trade Policy for Canada's Deputy Minister of Finance, formerly the Chief Negotiator for CUSMA, which we know here in the United States is USMCA, and Ken Smith Ramos, a partner at Aegon, a former chief negotiator for TMEC, and the Office of the Secretariat of the Economy, and a former WITA board member. And our moderator, Naseem Fussell, Senior Vice President, Lot 16. Naseem was Chief Trade Counsel for the Senate Finance Committee during congressional consideration of the USMCA and is a current WITA board member. Thank you all for joining us. Naseem?
Thank you, Ken. It's great to be here today with all of you. Really honored to be here with these three gentlemen who bring just about the deepest level of experience with this agreement that we could have hoped for this panel today. So it would be fair to say that the USMCA review was the result of one of the most controversial proposals during the renegotiation of NAFTA. The proposal initially put forward by the United States called for the termination of the agreement in 5 years, unless the parties agreed to maintain it. After pushback from Canada, Mexico, many in the US Congress, and businesses, the parties agreed on a 16-year sunset clause, with a process for review of the agreement every 6 years. USMCA ultimately passed with overwhelming approval by the United States Congress with this novel first-of-its-kind review mechanism. In a February 2020 op-ed, a few months before USMCA went into effect, Jared Kushner called the provision one of USMCA's, quote, most innovative and misunderstood features, end quote. Noting that the free trade establishment was up in arms at the idea initially, Kushner said he believed that the USMCA review would come to be seen as the most valuable part of USMCA, forcing our politicians to quickly address difficult issues rather than letting them fester. We are now upon the first review and have a great opportunity to hear from 3 people that were directly involved in the negotiations. The review formally kicks off in July 2026, although the U.S. public and congressional consultation processes will begin shortly this year. And the current tariff dispute, which is hard to ignore in this conversation today, will no doubt expedite this process, at least informally. With that, I am going to start with a question that I'd like to direct to the entire panel. As we approach the review, how would each of you assess the agreement's performance in achieving its initial goals since the agreement's implementation? And let's see, I invite whoever wants to just dive right in, and we'll give each of you an opportunity to share your views on this. Steve, you're off mute, so I'm actually going to call on you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to appear today. I think that from a Canadian perspective, USMCA, to use the US title, has really generally met expectations. It's provided a fairly predictable and clear environment for investors and long-term planning. So it's achieved what Canada was clearly looking for. We've seen intra-North American trade expand. We've seen clearly increased regional value content, increased job creation, economic growth. So it's done what we were expecting it to achieve. I think that there are some issues that remain to be a concern for Canada. Some diversion of investment as a result of the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act, that has been an ongoing concern. Some issues with implementation of dispute settlement decisions has been an ongoing concern, but I think overall it's met our expectations. But having said all that, clearly the recent threats by the Trump administration with respect to tariffs risk undermining all of that progress and risk undermining the kinds of economic benefits that we've seen from the USMCA to date. That's clearly going to be our biggest challenge going forward, and obviously by far our biggest concern, because that would blow a rather huge hole in the entire agreement.
Thanks, Steve. CJ, Ken?
Well, I would echo a lot of what Steve said, and starting with thanking Ouida and Nassim for you organizing this panel. If you step back and just look at, I mean, trade has increased significantly since the agreement went into force in 2020. I think U.S. trade with Mexico, two-way trade, is up almost 60%. It's up, about 45% or so with Canada, and it's also that we've become more integrated. And Steve mentioned more regional content in goods that are manufactured in all 3 countries. Also, Canada and Mexico have become the #1 and #2 U.S. trading partners, surpassing China. So I think that is all a good thing. It's, there was a certain senator who once said that USMCA was a terrible agreement because it meant that it was the first trade agreement we had where the goal was to trade less. And if that had been the goal, it was not the goal. But if it had been the goal, we failed miserably because trade is up. And I think it's actually been quite good for all 3 countries. And I think the other thing that is followed from that is a lot more investment in North American supply chains. And I think all 3 countries have benefited from that. So generally, I think it's a good thing. There are still some issues. I guess one thing I would like to see, and I hope that is the focus of the review discussions, is really how do we eliminate the free riding and really double down on North American supply chains and economic integration. I was disappointed that Canada and Mexico filed the suit that they filed over auto rules of origin, which was basically an attempt to dilute the auto rules of origin and allow more content from outside of North America. So I think those kinds of discussions should happen in the review period. But I also agree with Steve too. I think that the volatility and the recent tariff threats really raise a lot of questions about the future of this relationship. I want the relationship to continue. I want the agreement to continue. So I hope that the three countries are able to see past this.
Thanks, CJ. Ken, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you very much for WIDA for the invitation to share the panel with CJ and Steve. I echo what they both said in terms of the success so far of the USMCA. I mean, it's an agreement that's 4.5 years old, and as my colleagues mentioned, has really increased trade and investment in our region. And it's a trade agreement that's worth over $2 trillion for all three countries. And I do believe that one very important aspect of what was negotiated is precisely the dispute settlement mechanisms, because it is inevitable with such a large trade relationship to have disputes, either between the U.S. and Canada, the U.S. and Mexico, or whatnot. But the importance, and I echo a little bit of what Steve said, I think it's very important to ensure as we go forward that all three countries honor the decisions of the panel. Mexico most recently lost a panel on restrictions on the use of GMO corn coming from the United States, and it has done away with a decree that established those restrictions. So I think that's a positive step. We hope to see the same from the United States when it comes to the automotive rules of origin case that Canada and Mexico presented, and that they both won, because to the degree that you're able to ensure the credibility of the system by virtue of the countries actually making the decisions in terms of honoring the results of the panel when they lose, and also pushing trade partners when they win a panel, which was not always the case in the last couple of years. But I think that going forward, I think there's a lot of room to insist in the discussions that take place between the three countries on the importance of actually stepping up economic integration in our region. One of the guiding issues, and I think CJ touched upon that, which is, how do we, at the end of the day, make North America more competitive vis-a-vis the rest of the world? How do we avoid unfair trading practices from other regions in the world, and we, in a way, make sure that all the benefits of the agreement stay within North America? And I think there's a lot of collaborative actions that can be taken between the three countries. I think there's already discussions going on different fronts, whether you're talking about, investment screening provisions, the possibility in the future of having, joint common tariffs on certain products. I think all of that helps in terms of strengthening North America. I do believe, and I echo what Steve said, in terms of avoiding tariffs in our region. I think the only winner, in terms of tariffs being imposed in North America, or having, partial or total trade wars in our region, the only beneficiaries of this is our main competitors. It's China. It's other countries in the world that are, they would be very concerned if they saw a united North America, and North America that actually strengthens the USMCA in 2026 and erases trade barriers between the three North American countries, because that creates a sense of strengthening productivity and competitiveness in our region. And I think that should be sort of the guiding light, or the objective of this review in 2026.
Thank you. So I heard, a common theme from each of you, which is that the importance of dispute settlement. And, notably, dispute settlement was an area of significant improvement upon the NAFTA, which was clearly very important to all of the parties, very important to stakeholders here in the United States. And as you've all noted, we've seen some very positive development in that way. It sounds like, looking forward into the review, that this is going to remain an area of focus, and perhaps an area where the parties will want to ensure that the continued strengthening of dispute settlement remains a significant part of this conversation. On the point regarding tariffs, so I am hearing from each of you that this is, a bit of a hurdle at the moment. Do you feel that the talks are going to be able to go forward in earnest if this is still hanging over us a year from now? Or, what kind of a challenge is this going to pose for negotiators?
Well, if you may allow me, I'll jump into that one. I mean, I think it is a major issue. I mean, I think the issue of tariffs, is important, because at the end of the day,
I think all three countries need to honor the commitments that are established in the agreement. I think that regardless of the Trump administration's positions on immigration, on security, on other foreign policy issues with Mexico, first and foremost, we have to understand that to the degree that we're able to honor the commitments that are in the USMCA, and at the same time continue with a collaborative effort, which is the way we're going to resolve complex issues such as immigration and security, that is the best way to go, not just for the bilateral relationship between US and Mexico, but for North America. I think that we also have to understand that these constant tariff threats also create political difficulties in each of the countries that are targeted. President Sheinbaum has been very clear on the willingness of Mexico to work collaboratively with the United States, with Canada on all issues, but primarily with the United States when it comes to issues on immigration and security, and to try to favor dialogue throughout this process. If the United States imposes tariffs, violates the commitments of the USMCA, that creates a lot of pressures domestically to retaliate, to take measures. It opens the door for more sort of nationalist positions to be taken on all of these issues. And I think that would be unfortunate, because I think with a joint responsibility or co-responsibility that the U.S. Mexico have on immigration issues, on security, there's a lot of progress that can be made, and I think that's already been made, over the last few weeks, and with the new government in Mexico. So tariffs would really undermine this. I believe that it can hurt the dialogue. It puts the Mexican government in a difficult position to proceed with a constructive dialogue without retaliating. So I think if we followed what the results of the last conversation that President Sheinbaum had with President Trump in terms of saying, let's not impose tariffs, let's work on these issues, on foreign policy. And then later on, I believe, as you mentioned, in the next few months, begin an earnest conversation as to what we want to expect, what we should achieve in the 2026 USMCA review. I think that would be the best outcome for both countries. But tariffs, not only do they disrupt trade and generate problems for the competitiveness of North America, they create difficulties in terms of continuing with a constructive dialogue going forward.
So I'll just add, and I'm an optimist. I couldn't have gotten through a year of negotiating with my friends Steve and Ken if that wasn't the case. I actually think in a roundabout way that the recent tensions could actually end up being good for the renewal negotiations, because I think that the renewal negotiations will start earlier. One of the things that I was worried about going into this year was that there just had not been a lot of focus on this, and I also worried that Mexico and Canada would go in thinking that we want to make very few changes. We don't want to change one comma in the agreement, and would resist doing things that were more ambitious. I think maybe now the Overton window on what could be achieved in the agreement has shifted, in part because of the election, maybe in part because of the tariff threats. I will say, though, that I think one thing that is going to absolutely have to happen if this agreement is going to be renewed is that, at the end of the day, whatever the Trump administration wants, the price for that has got to be some enduring peace on the tariff front. We can't be in a situation where we have a discussion and then 6 weeks later something else comes up and we have renewed tariff threats. So I think it's reasonable for the administration to want to use the leverage that has. I mean, even in terms of invoking the essential security exception, it's pretty broad. I mean, as a legal matter, I would even dispute that imposing the tariffs is necessarily a violation of the agreement. But I don't at all question that doing it does fundamentally change the economic relationship. And it's hard to think that if we actually have 25% tariffs on all trade between the U.S. and Mexico, and then the U.S. and Canada, that we're really seriously going to be talking about whether to extend the agreement at this time next year. I think the agreement would sort of become irrelevant if you have a sustained period of time where its defining feature, which is duty-free trade, no longer exists.
Yeah, if I can just jump in on that, I think I find myself agreeing entirely with CJ on this issue. I think what we're looking for and what is in the best interest of all three countries is some kind of enduring peace. It's good for investment. It's good for economic development. It's good for job creation. And I think that that's what we need to direct our efforts towards. I think we've really got two paths in front of us. One is to go down the path of constructive discussions where we're going to strengthen the North American market. We're going to take actions to coordinate our efforts against unfair trade practices from other countries, in particular China. And Canada has moved to match U.S. tariffs on electric vehicles and steel and aluminum. I think that we can have a lot of productive discussions about strengthening North American security, supply chain security, economic security. And that's the track that we need to go down if we're going to enjoy a lot of economic benefits. The other path is if we go down that path of seeing tariffs imposed against Canada and Mexico. And if we do see 25% tariffs imposed against Canada and Mexico, then we've really reversed everything, because Canada and Mexico would face worse access to the U.S. than the 166 members of the WTO. The only countries that would have worse access to the U.S. would be countries like Russia and North Korea. And that would completely upend the North American economy, like make us less competitive in the world, create a huge opening for China and others to move in. And we really have to make sure we're choosing the right path down as we go forward.
That is such a good point, Steve. And I mean, all of you really made it as well. I mean, it's hard to imagine a relationship between these three countries where there are such high tariffs in place. And Steve, as you noted starkly, it would really only be parties like Russia and Iran and North Korea that really would be worse off. Just truly unimaginable. So thank you for your thoughts on this. It was, hard to move forward in this panel without addressing this issue at the moment. But with that, let's maybe dive into some of the substance of the agreement itself and where we may head in the meat of these discussions. So CJ, I'm going to start with you. Where do you feel the U.S. is, and how has the USMCA delivered on some of the key objectives of the United States, 6 to 8 years ago? Two areas I'd really love to hear from you on, and feel free to add more, but dispute settlement, which you touched on a little bit, but autos. Let's maybe start with autos, because you mentioned free riding and that having to be addressed going forward. It was a key concern of both President Trump and Ambassador Lighthizer during the negotiations. So sounds like you think we have not met the objectives yet and that there's more to do, but talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, I think I wouldn't say, I think that if you look at what the overall goal was, at least for the United States, on autos manufacturing in general, it was increased investments, new jobs, particularly in the US, and a reorientation of supply chains to North America. And I think if you judge it on those metrics, it has been a modest success so far. I wouldn't say it's been a home run, only because the tools that we had were limited. When you're dealing with a 2.5% MFN tariff, there are just limits to what you can do to increase regional content requirements, to require that more stuff be made in North America or even in the United States. Because if you make the restrictions, if you dial the restrictions up too much, that just means that the auto companies will forego the duty-free trade benefits and pay the MFN tariff. As it is right now, we have seen even in the last 6 years, the number of cars that don't comply with USMCA, where the automakers are choosing to pay the tariffs, has increased pretty significantly. It's still a pretty small percentage of trade, but what that indicates to me is that I think we pushed the auto rules of origin about as far as they can be pushed, assuming that you have a 2.5% MFN tariff in the United States. Even with that, though, if you look at what the ITC report said, if you strip out the steel and aluminum tariffs, which was not part of USMCA, the results have been positive. We've seen what the ITC said was increased U.S. employment, wages and capital expenditures in engines and transmissions. There were smaller but still positive effects for producers of light automotives. And the Biden USTR endorsed all of those findings. We've seen a significant increase in factory construction in the U.S., but I think also in Mexico. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I think that the trend lines are in the right direction. It's also worth pointing out that the agreement still isn't fully phased in with regard to rules of origin, because the 13 companies that were able to receive an extended period for compliance don't have to come into full compliance until later this year. So I think it's in the right, it's headed in the right direction, but I think it is worth it. I think that the parties need to sit down and look at these rules again, but also just look at what's the overall North American market look like, and what common barriers. What I would suggest is that we focus more on what the common external tariff on autos and auto parts should be for North America. If you did that, I think you could actually make the rules of origin less complex, because they just wouldn't be as important if you had a common external tariff. And I really think that that's a strategy that we should look for even outside of the auto sector, in any in any manufacturing sector that we want to bring back to North America.
Thanks, EJ. And we're going to come back to a piece of this a little bit later, but I'd love to hear from all of you, and a little later in the panel about, again, an elephant in the room almost is this geopolitical threat posed by China, which has been touched on by a couple of you already, and is really a significant part of this discussion about autos, particularly electric vehicles. And so we'll come back to that. But thanks. It was interesting to hear where you feel like we've come since the negotiations on autos. I'd like to turn to Steve now. You mentioned the IRA, and despite some very positive developments and objectives being met since the negotiations, that there has been some investment diversion due to the IRA. Now, it'll be interesting to see, by the time we really get into the review, where the U.S. even is with regard to the IRA itself. But investments have been made nonetheless, or the process has started. How has Canada's expectations fared with regard to investment flows more broadly? I understand the IRA has been a significant piece of that, but do you feel that there is room for improvement here, clarification in language, or expectations that Canada will have going forward about how this agreement operates to protect you in that regard?
Well, yeah, I think it's part of a broader discussion, really, because I think when it comes to the specific area of critical minerals, we did see a lot of investment being drawn into the U.S. And resources with respect to clean growth, or more broadly, also being drawn into the U.S. The Inflation Reduction Act was geared towards U.S. jobs, U.S. investment, U.S. production. We understand that, and it made a significant step forward with respect to addressing clean growth, but it did have the effect of drawing investment away from Canada and from other countries. Now, I wouldn't say that that's the entire cause of the challenges that Canada has faced, because Chinese ownership of many critical mineral resources has had the effect of depressing prices, which has led to less incentives for investment in these areas. So I think going forward, we need to look at this from a North American perspective, and we need to look at the kinds of resources that we can develop. And Canada has many critical mineral resources, but I think we need to look at how we develop those, how we invest in them, how we look at it from a North American perspective, because if it's not coming from Canada, in the case of many of these critical minerals, it's coming from China. In some cases, it's coming from Russia. Potash, for example. So we really need to try to keep that focus on developing the strength of the North American market, which, as countries increasingly move towards more regional markets, is by far the strongest regional market in the world. And I think it's to all of our benefits if we continue to go in that direction, rather than having competition internally with respect to investment. I think we should look at these resources as something that we should be working together to develop for the strength of our overall economy.
Thanks, Steve. Kenneth, is there anything you wanted to add on that one? I saw you came off mute.
No, thank you. I just wanted to raise, when you're talking about some of the sort of substantive issues that might be raised in the discussions in 2026, I think from the Mexican perspective, I would say, talking to the government or private sector in Mexico, the default option would be to avoid having major surgery to the agreement. To the degree that we can avoid that in the discussions towards 2026, I mean, I think it would be naive to think that there's not going to be some, for example, positions from the U.S. that look to perhaps open the chapter on automotive goods, the issues of the rules of origin. But I do agree with CJ that the approach should be such that we don't create increasing costs for producing vehicles in North America. So, we've gotten to a point where I think that if the countries are able to have an environment where they can comply with the existing rules of origin, but we concentrate on combating unfair trading practices and look for spaces where there could be common tariffs, either in electric vehicles and other areas, that could be a step forward. It remains to be seen whether the U.S. continues to maintain a 2.5% MFN tariff, because that is a situation which creates, the possibility that countries throughout the world still have access to the United States, regardless of whether they have a trade agreement in many of those products. But from the Mexican perspective, if we consider that there might be this possibility of having a reopening, hopefully it will not be of all issues that are, all chapters in the agreement. But there's certain areas there we could actually, I think, do a lot in terms of recognizing that there's been changes in technologies that need to be addressed, I think, in the future of our trade agreement. For example, what to do regarding the tremendous growth of artificial intelligence, both for services trade, both for advanced manufacturing, how to address that, because frankly, that was not an issue of specific concern. There were issues having to do with information technologies and how to facilitate the use of them the first time around when we negotiated the USMCA. But I think when it comes to artificial intelligence, you're talking about, really tools that can strengthen and give, sort of I would say a very big jump in terms of technological capability in our region, both for manufacturing, for services. And there's issues there to be addressed too when it comes to cybersecurity, a lot of issues that are established in terms of a digital trade in our agreement that we should look at how these new technologies can help, but at the same time, how we have to protect ourselves from possibly misuse of these new technologies. But I think that overall, whatever we do in the review in 2026 should be aimed at facilitating trade and investment, not establishing more barriers between the three countries. And I think that, there are areas where I know this might be difficult for the U.S. administration, given their views on certain issues like climate change. But we now have an administration in Mexico that's very open to pushing for working towards the development of renewable energy. So working with the United States, with Canada on this, I think will be very important in terms of the future of a sustainable development in our region. So those are some of the topics that I think Mexico could put on the table going forward in this discussion.
Perfect. I'm going to shift now I have a couple of audience questions coming in. We have just under 15 minutes left, actually quite a few audience questions, and some of them overlap well with a few that I had intended to ask you. So I'm going to shift now, combine an audience member question with one of mine on the rapid response mechanism. CJ, I had been planning to direct this to you initially, but really I opened this up to the group. Speaking of novel, first of its kind provisions, the rapid response mechanism for labor disputes was a very novel development in USMCA. It was then heavily utilized by the Biden administration. So CJ, from your perspective, and really I open this to all three of you, has this mechanism met expectations behind it at the time? And how might it evolve in the review process, given the significantly altered, changed political dynamics since the negotiations?
Well, I point out it was the first Trump administration that negotiated this and asked for it. So I would hope that the second Trump administration won't abandon it. And I don't expect that it will. I mean, I certainly expect that Jameson Greer as USTR is going to use the provision where appropriate. Overall, I think that it's met the expectations. I mean, first of all, it has been rapid, which has been a good thing. It has been I think in every case except for one, it has led to a negotiated settlement, which was always the intent. It was not that we were going to litigate each one of these things to the end, but that this would be a way that issues could be raised between the United States and Mexico. There would be a discussion between the two governments and the employer and the labor union if relevant, and a negotiated outcome would result in workers having free and fair votes, and that's what's happened in most of the situations. At the same time, it was always intended to be a tool that was there as kind of a backstop, as a way to deal with particularly egregious situations. The United States, USTR, can never take over the role of being the primary enforcer of Mexican labor law. And overall, it seems that the implementation of the Mexican labor reform law, of which the rapid response mechanism, it was a part of that, but there's a bigger effort that's going on. I think it's been, if you look at the latest latest Labor Advisory Committee report on that, I think they recognize it's kind of a mixed bag. There have been a lot of votes, particularly in industries where there's the heaviest employment. But there are still, issues with violence and intimidation and the like, and I expect that those will continue to be subjects of discussion. I mean, the one thing I would like to see, I've talked about before, is that I'd like to see the parties, but particularly the United States, engage more with the private sector on labor enforcement. I proposed at one point kind of an amnesty kind of program where if companies agreed to proactively have labor inspectors go and inspect their facilities, ensure that votes were conducted in the appropriate way, that they could either get an exemption from the rapid response process or at least get a presumption that that it wouldn't apply. I think that if we want to scale, if the United States wants to scale this process, and it's going to require something like that, and you just can't. There's a limit to just how many cases the United States is going to be able to bring in this area.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. Kenneth?
Yes, thank you. No, I would agree that I believe the system has worked so far. I mean, I think that the majority of the cases, as CJ mentioned, have been resolved in the consultation period, which is but positive. I mean, I have heard in different panels, U.S. organized labor saying that the mechanism is not enough, that it should really impose sanctions. And I think the way the mechanism is shaped, and I think, my friends from the U.S. and Canada in this panel would agree, is precisely to try to favor, first of all, dialogue and the resolution of issues, not going all the way to having sanctions against companies, because you do have the mechanism set up in not just in the rapid response mechanism, but in Chapter 31 and all others, where you do open this opportunity for consultation to resolve issues. So you don't go immediately towards a situation, as I've heard some in U.S. organized labor say, that right off the bat, you would have sanctions against companies. That would be sort of a presumption of guilty before, having to prove your innocence. And that's too much of a burden of proof, especially with a system that seems to be working in terms of the conversations or the dialogue between Mexico and the U.S. governmental authorities. And so I do believe that maybe in the discussions, if the issue of the rapid response mechanism is brought up, I've always had an issue with the fact that, after the fact, when we negotiated the USMCA and then later on it was reopened, and that's when the rapid response mechanism was actually negotiated, that it is a bit of a sort of a not level playing field, because Mexico does not have the same ability to present cases in the United States as the U.S. does in Mexico. So I think that should be something that could be addressed. I mean, of course, there are issues that occur and continue to occur in Mexico where we should address violations to union democracy, but it happens also in the U.S., it happens also in Canada. So having a situation in which we can have the same ability to present cases in the same way in all three countries, I think that would make it an even stronger mechanism.
Thank you both. There was a lot of interest around this mechanism as it was being developed, and I think there will continue to be going forward. Steve, I want to shift over to you. Once again, combine one of my questions with something I'm seeing from the audience on digital trade regulations. So I was interested to hear from the Canadian perspective whether the digital trade was an area that the Canadians may bring forward in the review as an area of change or strengthening that may be needed. In light of the Canadian digital services tax and the last administration, raising the 301 review here in the United States, how do you think that this is going to feature in the review discussions? Is this something that you think may be addressed before we get to that point, or will it really need to, will it require some changes to the agreement from the Canadian perspective?
Well, I think we'll have to see how that discussion unfolds. I think that Canada's concern around the digital sales tax is something that is not unique to Canada. Obviously, a number of European countries and others have also imposed digital sales taxes, and I think there's a broader concern that many of these large digital-focused companies are making a lot of profits in different countries, but are paying very little in the way of tax. And the discussions at the OECD have unfortunately not reached any kind of agreement that would allow any kind of appropriate sharing of that taxation. So I recognize that leaves us in a position where we've got an outstanding issue. Canada has an outstanding issue with the U.S. The European countries, many of them and some others, have outstanding issues around this as well. So we'll have to see how it sorts out. I think that Canada really has an interest in being treated in a similar manner as other countries that have imposed digital sales taxes are being treated. And it's something that we recognize is clearly going to be on the table for discussion. But Canada does have some outstanding concerns and would like to find a way to address them.
Thank you. Now I have one question here from the audience that I'm going to direct to Steve and Kenneth. Has the recent tariff threat reawakened the domestic political opposition in Canada and Mexico to liberalizing trade with the United States?
Well, I can start on that one. I think what it's awakened in Canada is a considerable lack of trust in the U.S. as a reliable partner. We reached an agreement in 2020 with the USMCA. We thought that provided us with a degree of predictability and stability. And now we're finding ourselves in a situation where we're being faced with potential very extreme tariffs that would leave us, as I mentioned earlier, far worse off than most other trading partners of the U.S. We think our interests lie, and all of our economic interests lie with further developing the North American market. And there is a lot of reaction in Canada lately about this threat from the U.S. And even the threat itself is starting to have an impact on investment decisions and business decisions in Canada. And I think that there's a lot of reaction to that. There's a lot of initiatives towards buy Canadian or buy from other sources than the U.S. and Canada now as a reaction to this. And all of that is not a path we want to go down. And I don't think it's a productive path. We need to get back to a discussion about how we can strengthen North America. And I think that the notion of these threats of tariffs is really causing an extremely counterproductive and negative reaction in Canada.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I mean, I think one of the unfortunate collateral damages that occur from these constant tariff threats and the possibility of the agreement being suspended, either partially or completely or temporarily, is that it does hurt the credibility of the U.S. as a reliable trading partner. I think that not just in North America. I mean, I know for a fact that in Europe, in Asia, and South America, they're looking at what's going to happen with these tariff threats in North America, and they can only imagine what's going to happen to them if the U.S. is willing to do that to their number one and number two trading partners. I think to the degree that we are able to sort of do away with this tariff threat, we can continue building consensus in our countries in terms of continuing liberalization and working with the United States towards this common goal of strengthening North America. In general terms, it's very interesting because as opposed to 30 years ago, where, when you conducted polls in Mexico regarding the public opinion on liberalizing trade with the U.S., only about between 25 and 30% were in favor. And now that figure has completely turned around. Over the last couple of years has been close to 75 or even 80%. So there's a perception that free trade within North America is very positive, that we can increase as well our trade and investment with Canada. Canada is our third largest investor in Mexico. So unfortunately, the tariff threats, the perception that at any moment the U.S. can impose tariffs, that is being perceived in certain circles in Mexico as not our relationship not being based so much on a rules-based economic integration sort of objectives, but rather just exercising raw power. I can threaten you with tariffs because I'm big and I can do so, and like it or lump it kind of position. So that makes it hard. That creates opposition in Mexico, especially from the more sort of radical political circles that never liked the USMCA or the NAFTA, and so that's what we have to try to avoid. There's a general consensus that working towards economic liberalization in Mexico with the United States and Canada is very positive, but these constant tariff threats definitely create a difficult political environment for the authorities.
Thank you both. I think, we all sort of lived through a series of threats through the renegotiations and ended up on the other side of it with a very strong, powerful agreement. And hearing the three of you speak today, I think gives me at least some much needed confidence after the last couple of weeks that there will be ample opportunity for very good dialogue between the parties and continuation of the agreement. So thank you. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ken Levinson.
Thank you so much, Naseem, CJ, Ken, my good friend, Steve. Thank you very, very much, Naseem. Terrific moderating. Really a pleasure to see all of you together in one place. I know we all three countries benefited from the work that all four of you did on that agreement, and we're very grateful to all of you. We hope to probably have some of you back again in the future as we continue our series looking at this agreement, and really appreciate your making the time to be with us today. With that, I'm going to ask we're going to get ready and pull up the slides and talk about our next and final panel. Very excited about that. Before we turn to our session, I want to call out some of our good friends of WIDA who we're pleased could join us online, who you cannot see, but are here today, and it's a real honor to welcome them. Ambassadors and the former United States Trade Representatives Susan Schwab and Carla Hills. Welcome, Susan and Carla. Ambassador John Weeks, the former Canadian ambassador to the WTO and chairman of the WTO General Council. Ambassador Darcy Vetter, America's former lead agriculture negotiator. And my good friend Grant Aldonis, the former U.S. Undersecretary for International Trade, who I think celebrated a very big birthday this past weekend. Welcome, Susan, Carla, John, Darcy, and Grant, who are all pillars of the Washington and global trade community, and it's an honor for us to host you today. To close out the conference, we're going to widen our aperture and discuss the new direction for U.S. and global trade policy. I'd like to ask our panel to please turn on their cameras. We've brought together four of the most thoughtful people writing about and thinking about trade in 2025 to discuss this new direction and maybe help answer a question that I raised in my opening remarks to help us glimpse a way forward into the unknown of trade in an increasingly fragmented world. We have two old pros on the WIDA stage, Ted Alden, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, and Ross Distinguishing Visiting Professor at Western Washington University. Ted is the author of The Future of Trade in an Era of Disruption. Stephen Vaughn, partner at the International Trade Practice at King & Spalding and a former general counsel at USTR in the first Trump administration. We also have two new speakers at WIDA, Arantxa Gonzalez, the Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs, Sciences Po. Arantxa, I wanted my daughter to apply to go there, but she didn't make that decision, so I'm a little sad because I didn't get to come visit. Arantxa is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain and the author of The Next 5 Years, How Strong Economic and Trade Alliances Can Prepare the EU for a Post-America World. We're especially grateful to you for joining us so late in the evening in Paris. Todd Tucker, Director of the Industrial Policy and Trade at the Roosevelt Institute, the lead author of The New U.S. Trade Agenda, Institutionalizing Middle-Out Economics in Foreign Commercial Policy. And our moderator, the former acting Deputy United States Trade Representative Wendy Cutler, who is helping lead the discussion of global trade policy from her perch as Vice President of the Asia Society Policy Institute and is a frequent collaborator with us at WIDA. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you. And Wendy, take it away.
Well, thank you, Ken. When you asked me to moderate this, I wasn't thrilled you gave us the last booking of a long afternoon, But I have to say the conference so far has been so interesting and so relevant that I'm hoping our viewers will stick with us for this last session. And for the panelists that I'll be discussing these important topics with, guys, the burden's going to be on us to make this interesting and lively. But given all of the issues that have been put on the table, I'm sure we will not disappoint. Our discussion is aimed at taking a step back and thinking big picture on where we are, where we're headed, and where we should be headed, both with respect to U.S. trade policy, but also the global trading system. And it's no easy feat these days, given the rapid barrage of announcements on tariffs and other trade measures. But it is important, as many of the foundations that we all grew up with and many of our viewers swore by, as well as our panelists, are no longer appropriate, relevant, or really fit for purpose. So with those introductory remarks, let's get our panel started. Unfortunately, I only see Ted Alden on the screen. Are the other three panelists here?
They're all here, Wendy. I see them all.
Okay, I don't know. I got some strange thing going. Well, Ted, just because you're on the screen, I'm going to start with you. And given that you wrote a book on the future of trade, I'm sure it's hundreds of pages. And I'm going to ask you in like the next few minutes, really to share your views on where are we headed? Because I think you would even agree that the current trading system has kind of, it's not as relevant, appropriate, or what we need today, or what our domestic stakeholders are looking for. So maybe you can share with us, as you look forward, like what principles are important to pursue, and what tools do we have to pursue these kind of new thoughts or new principles in trade?
Thanks very much, Wendy, and it's great to be here with such a distinguished panel. Just to clarify, my new book, actually over my shoulder there, is about the future of borders rather than about the future of trade per se. But I've been doing a lot of thinking about the future of trade. I've been working on this stuff, as has everybody here, for a long time. In my case, going back, to the early days of the negotiation of the WTO. When I said yes to Ken, I guess I sort of assumed that our conversation would revolve around, well, okay, there'd be these friendshoring initiatives that have sort of grown through the Trump and Biden administration, how to end up in a stronger place in supply chains vis-a-vis China, that would be a continued theme going forward, that some of the industrial policy stuff that Todd's worked on and that the Biden administration implemented, that we would probably see that continue in various ways because it's essential to the competition with China. We would see new tariffs, but they would be strategic and reasonably targeted the way they were in the first Trump administration, probably again focused on China. I'm afraid the last few weeks has really upended a lot of my assumptions about what we were heading into. I hope I come away from this hour with a clear sense of what the strategy is. But at the moment, it seems to me to be wholly disruptive, largely aimed at American allies. And the purpose is to test here in the United States, to test the limits of the tariff weapon as a tool for making policy gains in all sorts of areas, some of them related to trade and the economy, some of them not at all related to trade and the economy, like illegal migration or drug control. So this is really new territory, I think, for all of us, because we all kind of grew up within the system of rules. So we try to think about these developments in light of the system of rules and where's this a deviation and where might we be able to put things back together. My colleague at the Council on Foreign Relations, Max Boot, who's not a trade guy, he's a security guy, had a very sharp column, I thought, in the Washington Post yesterday, saying the closest analogy to what the United States is doing now is China's wolf warrior diplomacy, where we're using the economic weapon to try to pursue other goals that are not related to trade. So maybe this is a phase. Maybe we'll settle down into an approach that'll look a little more like the first Trump term, and then we can have a more rational conversation about what that means for the future of the system. But if I had to guess right now, I guess we are entering a period of maximum conflict in which we're going to see tariffs, we're going to see retaliation, and it's going to be sort of a show of strength. I mean, the Trump administration is going to push as hard as it can. And the question is, what's the scale of the retaliation? How much do U.S. interests, farmers, and others get hurt by this pushback? And where does the dust settle? And then we figure out what's left. But I think we really, unfortunately, are headed into a period of serious conflict, not construction of some new system.
So Steve, maybe I can turn it over to you then. I'm sure you probably want to respond to some of the points that Ted made. But also, I thought I would throw out the latest op-ed by Ambassador Lighthizer in the New York Times, when he talks about kind of the principle of balance being extremely important. And maybe what we need, or what he suggests, is that we set up a new grouping of democratic governments and, I don't know, other mostly free trade countries, or free, I don't know the exact terminology, you can share that with me, but a grouping that would have internal tariffs and then separate external tariffs. Can you explain that to us? Is this a good way forward, and why is balance so important?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think we have to understand that this is now the third presidential election in a row where trade has been on the ballot. And for the most part, I think we now have a pretty good sense that the voters are not, they don't agree with the current trading system. They think it was a mistake and they want to have it changed. So I think now we're sort of in the part where under our system, we need to be thinking about how can we make the voters happier, right? Like what can we do to sort of, we've gotten this very, very clear message from the voters that they want big changes. And now the president, as presidents tend to do, is proposing big changes, and the Senate and the House and the business community and everybody will have to decide kind of how they want to respond, and we'll have negotiations just like we do when we change policies. It has been a long time for a lot of us since we had real debates over domestic policy and trade policy in the United States, but any of us who lived through the 80s can remember sort of the long-running battle between the Reagan people and the Democrats over what the economy was going to look like. Now we're kind of going to go through something like that again. So that, I think, is basically what's happening. President, as presidents tend to do, is staking out a fairly ambitious line in terms of saying what he would like, and we're going to find out how much of that he's able to get, right? And that involves negotiations with the Hill. It involves dealing with the courts. It involves dealing with the business community. It involves seeing how the markets respond. It involves seeing how the voters respond. And of course, it involves, dealing with other countries. So now that the president is kind of laying out his preference and his thought in terms of how trade should work, other people can come back and respond and see what changes, if any, they're willing to put on the table. I don't think it's going to be viable to sort of come to the table and say, we really want to go back to 2015. We thought that was working great. I think that ship has sailed. So I think people need to kind of be thinking about what do they want. In the middle of all this discussion, Ambassador Lighthizer, I think, has put forward a potentially very helpful piece. People forget that in the 1970s and in the 1980s, everybody acts as though GATT was just this sort of machine that ran of itself. But that's not actually true. Throughout that time period, whenever the U.S. started to run trade deficits that were politically destabilizing, whether it was in the early 70s under Nixon when it brought down the Bretton Woods system, or in the mid-80s when we had the whole scare about Japan, the G7 countries did a really good job of using economic diplomacy to take some of this tension out of the global trading system and to make changes that tended to bring the U.S. economy back into balance. Now, we've abandoned that. Nobody does that anymore. Nobody tries to do that. We don't have negotiations over currency. We don't have negotiations over the trade balance. We don't have negotiations over any of this stuff. The trade deficit is seen as just a U.S. and a U.S. only problem. And so that's one of the reasons I think you're seeing the president act in a more unilateral ways. But what Ambassador Lighthizer is suggesting is, it doesn't have to be this way. You could create a process whereby there would be an understanding that, first of all, only certain countries get to have untrammeled access to the U.S. market. And that, second of all, if you are running these very, very high trade surpluses, then there will be a mechanism by which to deal with that. The idea behind such a process would be to take away some of this political tension that results from the never-ending trade deficits and to, alleviate some of these problems that we're hearing about from the voters. It will be interesting to see if anybody sort of picks up on that and offers a process like that or a suggestion like that to the president. It's a little disappointing to me, I think, that the rest of the world has been so unwilling to recognize the political problems that trade is causing in the United States, and that we really see no serious efforts from anybody to try to help us address some of these problems. And maybe Ambassador Lighthizer suggestion is something that other countries may want to look at.
Okay, I'll come back with some questions, but let me turn it over to Arantxa, since you are our European guest, and thank you for joining us late in your evening. How would you respond to not only what Steve just said, but kind of to this Ambassador Lighthizer idea of creating a new trade regime? And maybe you can explain to us about why the EU is so fixated with the WTO and WTO rules to the point where it's made it difficult for us to even work with the EU going forward, given that the gaps in our views on all of these issues seems to be getting wider, not smaller. Over to you, Arantxa.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you tonight with lots of great people that I've been working with and for so many years of my life. And let me tell you that this is, seen from Europe, a critical conversation. And I will say why it is critical. We are in Europe, we knew that in international trade, we had a huge geopolitical problem in trade called Russia, a country with which we've basically stopped trading. We had a trade problem with Chinese characteristics, which we share with the US. But now we have a trade problem with US characteristics. And this is, let me try to explain what we see and why it's difficult for us in Europe to understand exactly what is it that we're looking for. So when we look at the US, we see an economy that is roaring. We see the most performing economy in the world. We see an economy that is the best in class from a technological point of view, well ahead of anybody else, including Europe. We see an economy that is at full employment. We see an economy that is capable of sucking capital from all around the world to attract investments into the US. So we see a roaring lion. And when we look and talk to our US friends, they sound like a scared mouse. And this is what we don't understand. We don't understand where the problem lies. Not that we don't see there is a problem. We do see that there is a problem in the US. We see there is a resentment on big parts of the population about not having been able to hitch on the bandwagon of international trade. We see people that have been dispossessed. But when then we look at the remedies that are being offered to address that, we are a little bit at a loss. Because one day the problem is exchanging tariffs for Greenland. The next day is exchanging tariffs for the Panama Canal. Another day is exchanging tariffs for Canada. So we don't know. And I think this discussion is extremely important to understand where the problem lies and how we can together fix it. And let me tell you, I was listening to the previous conversation. What we are feeling now in Europe is a huge anxiety over our ally turning somewhat unpredictable. And I'm trying to be diplomatic, very unpredictable towards Europe. But So it's not a fixation on Europe not to want to sit down and discuss and negotiate. I think we've said this, you've heard this from all ministers, diplomats in Europe, but we do not understand what this game is about. And I think it's important to understand what the game is about in order to be able to make headways.
So thanks for that. Now let me turn to Todd, and maybe Todd, you can respond to some of Arantxa's questions, because she made some good points. Overall, our economy is doing well, but a lot of the problems is that the working class, the middle class, doesn't feel like they are, and they feel like trade has not benefited them, or at least in ways that they had hoped for. Steve also mentioned the importance of our trade policy reflecting the input of our stakeholders. So maybe you can, share with us kind of your views on where we are and where we are headed, and what makes sense going forward in our trade policy and in the global trading system, given all of these dynamics.
Yeah, Wendy, thanks so much for the question, and thanks to Ken and the WIDA team for organizing this great series of sessions today and tomorrow. I want to basically agree with the premise of the question, Wendy, that you started off with, as well as I think what a lot of the other panelists have said so far, which is that we really are at a juncture in trade policy, and I think that there are a few different kind of ideas or templates that are kind of coexisting with each other, none quite dominant, none quite commanding, a broad bipartisan, support, but all kind of, potential candidates for sort of like the new model. I think, on the one hand, you have sort of an older model that most of us were trained in of, sort of rules-based order and efficiency, with a more limited role for government in determining sort of which industries survive or thrive in the economy. That's what a lot of the trade agreements and approach that we've studied in the past and implemented in the past has looked like. You have sort of a Biden gloss on that, which is more acknowledging that in an era of climate crisis and China competition, it's a luxury we can't afford any longer to have the government be completely neutral as to which industries survive or thrive, so that you're going to use, I would say, sort of an approach that's 90% industrial policy, 10% tariffs and trade measures as a way of sort of structuring those markets. I think with Trump, you have sort of a different model that's almost the reverse percentage, which is 90% tariffs, 10% industrial strategy, except on the days when Wall Street has his ear, in which case then Wall Street's kind of dominating the conversation. And sort of on any given day, it's hard to predict which strategy is going to be dominant. To maybe zero in a little bit on what I think that middle model, the more kind of Biden approach, the Biden answer to your questions are, and maybe what we might expect, going forward into 2026 and 2028 in terms of a new model. I think, I would sort of outline three core principles. One is that trade needs to be in service of your theory of economic growth, not the other way around. Now, on some level, that's not a new idea, but it has a particular implication when you are sort of executing a policy that's so industrial policy centric. So if you look at things like the electric vehicle tariffs, people would sort of ask, how can it be consistent with Biden's climate agenda to have 100% tariffs on electric vehicles? Part of the answer to that is that we have this industrial strategy that's investing billions, if not trillions, ultimately, of dollars into these sectors, and that it just doesn't make sense from a sort of fiduciary perspective to have that be overwhelmed by a flood of imports. It's some of the rethinking that happened around intellectual property under Biden, whether that's the COVID waiver, the approach to IT or to other sectors, where you're sort of trying to subject some of the posture that the U.S. is taking to some of the kind of more, frankly, precautionary principles that were common in Europe, more than in the U.S. in the past. I think a second principle is just leveraging the power of the U.S. consumer market to achieve public policy objectives that the U.S. has. I think you can see that, as on the last panel, they talked about some of the great successes of the rapid response mechanism under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Dozens of cases brought under the Biden years. And I think that really kind of showing what can happen when you have something that's quick and factory specific that, you know, very directly raises the livelihoods of workers, but at the same time without disrupting the overall flow of commerce, you know, for the mostly good actors that we have in the economy. I think you also saw that in proposals with Europe around the global arrangement on sustainable steel and aluminum, which was, you know, leveraging our joint purchasing power to sort of decarbonize an important sector. And then I think the third principle that I would lay out is just personnel as policy, and trying to make sure that that who we hire and how we structure government sort of reinforces those industrial, labor, and climate goals. Now, this is, you know, this might have been a more interesting conversation to have, or at least these points that I'm making, you know, in a second Biden or a first Harris administration, where I think they would have been quite influential. But I think if we're trying to sort of discern like what might be a likely course for trade policy in the years to come, and sort of where this sort of very rickety ship might end up going, I think those would be some of the principles that I would lay out.
Ted, maybe I can turn it over to you. We've heard Todd provided kind of his view that the Biden trade policy was 90% industrial policy, maybe 10% tariffs. I know you're simplifying this, while with Trump, at least during the first 3 weeks, seems 90% tariffs, 10% industrial policy. Do you agree with that breakdown? And how should we be balancing industrial policy and, I'd say, a more active trade policy, whether market opening or punitive?
Yeah, I mean, I probably do agree with the characterization, but I might define what's happening a bit differently. I mean, part of the idea of this panel was to talk about big ideas and the future direction of the trading system. And, you know, I think for all of the chaos, what we're seeing out of President Trump is a big idea, and it's an old one, right? It's the use of tariffs in the service of national power. That's part of the focus on trade deficits, right? Trade surpluses are an instrument of national power. That was the classic mercantilist idea that animated trade policies for much of the 19th century into the early part of the 20th century. Our whole modern trading system was built in rejection of the mercantilist approach. A, because it didn't generate as much wealth as a more rules-based free market, for all its limitations, capitalist approach, and B, because it led to conflict. So I think, unfortunately, we are on the cusp of rerunning that experiment. I fault the Biden administration here a bit, because they talked a good game, but they didn't really act on it. I mean, I think on the industrial policy side, there was a lot of good stuff. I mean, and you know, you can talk about the IRA and chips and science. You can like aspects of it, not like aspects of it. You know, a lot of the efforts to move interesting work opportunities into places that have been hurt by the global trading system, all that good stuff. But on the trade front, it was just rhetoric, right? The worker-centered trade policy. There was no worker-centered trade policy. There was no effort, for instance, to extend the USMCA model and its focus on labor rights, which got, Wendy, do you remember? I don't know, only 45 votes against it in the House. I mean, it was the most bipartisan trade agreement we have seen in decades. There was no effort to build on that accomplishment. Instead, there was this sort of deathly fear of any agreement that might include market access. So we weren't going to go out and try to negotiate anything. So there was a big vacuum that got left. And now I think, unfortunately, it's being filled with what are really rather archaic and potentially quite destructive ideas about the role of trade and tariffs. So we have a new model. I just think it's an old recycled model that didn't work before, and maybe somebody can persuade me it will work better in the 21st century than it worked in the 19th, but I don't think so.
So Todd, just back to you for a minute, because there were some comments that Ted made about Biden's worker-centered trade policy. I mean, how do you assess it? Because on one hand, it seemed to come out with a lot of fanfare and was going to really change things. But on the other hand, when we look at the accomplishments on trade under the Biden administration, they seem to be pretty modest. But I mean, over to you. Are there things we're missing? And maybe you can share with us, why was there a reluctance to enter into any new trade agreements, whether they be sectoral or, in other words, not even going forward with a comprehensive free trade agreement, but why weren't other agreements pursued, or were they and we forgot about them already?
Yeah, I mean, I think as the last panel, CJ Mahoney on the last panel pointed out, in a world where the U.S. has such low bound tariffs, there is relatively little room to make, robust offers of the kind that we would have seen in previous decades of the GATT negotiations. So I think that limits to some extent the deal space that's available. I think, it's also just worth all of us remembering that we don't have, with all due respect to everyone in the room and all the hard work that you've done, there hasn't been an administration that's come along with a really robust agenda that's gotten through Congress in quite some time. I think that, the one exception is the USMCA, which Trump was able to get with, huge margins from both parties. And that, I think we have to sort of admit that at least some of that had to do with the credible threat that he might blow it up. And so there was, all the parties were willing to kind of come together and negotiate. I think if you look at the Biden administration, there was a willingness to use some of U.S. muscle when it comes to things like Ukraine or sort of big foreign policy initiatives. You didn't see the sort of same desire to use and front load the muscle when it came to other trade, whatever the foreign policy for the middle class was, or worker-centered trade policy. You saw these sort of enforcement actions, but you didn't see sort of big proposals to use any leverage that the U.S. might have to kind of get others on board. And I think it's also important from the U.S. perspective for us to just remember, even though, I think in the U.S. context, we have seen both sort of the right and the left of the political spectrum and the center move to a bit of a new consensus when it comes to economic policy. The same is not true globally around the world. And I think that, the appetite for sort of a quote unquote post-neoliberal trade agreement with our European allies, it wasn't totally there. I think that, it's going to take longer to have some of that consensus that we've built domestically extend beyond U.S. borders. And I think, one concrete example was what I would have considered the fairly low-hanging fruit of a sectoral agreement on steel and aluminum that just, was not able to get to a consensus in the available time frame.
Mm-hmm. So, Steve, over to you. In the executive order issued by the president a few weeks ago, he does ask, I believe, as USTR to come up with suggestions about either trade agreements with partners or sectoral trade agreements. And an earlier panel this afternoon focused on prospects for digital agreements, which were done during the first Trump term. Do you think we're going to see additional trade agreements during Trump's second term? And are we likely to see them more in the sectoral space? Or do you see any appetite for more comprehensive agreements?
Well, I don't think anybody really wants to do a comprehensive agreement with the United States right now. I mean, almost everybody has as much access to the U.S. market as they think they need. So I don't think there's a lot that people would be willing to give us in exchange for a comprehensive agreement. I think the only one who might really do that would be the UK. But my guess is that they're not going to be willing to take the agriculture and open their market to goods in a way that we would be interested in seeing. So I do think there's going to be a lot more conversations in the sectoral space. But a lot of this is going to be, look, we have a situation where most of our trading partners are very, very, very happy with the status quo, and the Americans are not very happy with the status quo. And so it makes it very difficult to get other countries to come to the table. I mean, I agree with, some of the points that Todd was making. In other words, I certainly thought the Biden people put forward some very realistic and pragmatic options for the EU, for example, in how to deal with the steel and aluminum situation. And the Europeans just weren't very interested in having that conversation because they just felt like, it would violate legal principles. So I think we'll have to kind of wait and see, how much interest there is in other countries. But I think certainly, if there's a deal out there that would be good for the U.S., I'm sure the administration would like to pursue those. But we don't, there's just not much incentive on these other countries to work with us. I would like to make one other point, which is that in terms of kind of how we got the GATT and how it stayed stable for so long, I think we really do not give previous generations enough credit for all the good political work that was done both in the U.S. and in Europe to convince the voters on both sides of the Atlantic that the trading system was a good idea. People, Presidents Eisenhower and Truman and Kennedy and Johnson and Nixon and Ford and Carter and Reagan all spent a huge amount of time talking to the American people and responding to the Americans about concerns on trade. We did have a lot of trade disputes, which we had to work out. And I think what we basically tried was an experiment where we were going to abandon all of that, and we were going to basically have trade policy work like monetary policy and have it kind of all settled by experts, behind closed doors. And I think that's failed. So I think trade's coming back into the policy space. And to me, that's a good thing. And I think we can certainly convince Americans of the benefits of a good trade policy, but we have to try.
And just a quick question. Do you have any thoughts on where the Trump team might be on pursuing digital trade agreements? Might that be back on our agenda?
Well, I think certainly, the whole digital trade is going to be a big issue, right? In other words, they're very, as everybody knows, by the end of the first Trump administration, they were very angry with a lot of the things that were being done, especially in the EU, toward our tech companies. President Trump has commented, along those lines similarly. So I think, and I heard in the last panel, I know Steve Verheuvel indicated that these other countries are fairly dug in on some of those positions. So I think we're going to see some fairly intense negotiations with respect to what happens in the tech sector. And that could eventually lead to digital.
So Arantxa, over to you. We've heard a couple of speakers refer to the failed steel negotiations between the U.S. and Europe during the Biden administration. And this was going to be, in some ways, a different type of trade deal going forward, which in my understanding included a new external tariff against certain countries, including one big non-market economy. But Europe was unwilling to conclude this deal. One of the reasons is it felt like it did not live up to the WTO rule. It did not, it didn't live up to the WTO rules. Is that a fair characterization? And is Europe ready to sit down with the United States and look at new creative approaches, even if it means that some of the WTO principles, which seem to be quite outdated at this point, are called into question?
Yeah, but let me answer with another question. Where would the EU be today with an agreement with the US, with the previous administration on steel and aluminum to just face again another tariff of 25%? Rules.
But at that point, you didn't know it.
That's right. But it makes it all even more, even a little bit more questionable. Let's say that we don't have a fixation with rules. We have a fixation for having a stability in our trade relationship, which doesn't mean that we don't take good fights. I started my career as a trade lawyer fighting against the US, and it was great and it was normal. Because in a great, solid, strong trade relationship, it's normal that you have these agreements and then you fight it out. And in the end, you try to settle it. So let's say that Europe is not obsessed with the WTO. Europe prefers to have rules of the game that gives it a bit of stability. Also because the EU as such is a rules-based creature, right? So we have this dynamic within the EU, which is in a way what gives us a preference for having a bit of stability. But if I look at our economies today, Wendy, and this is the thing that in my view we have to look at a little bit, our economies today are to a very large extent services economies. And tariffs have nothing to do with services economies. It's all about regulatory frameworks. And this is where agreements on digital, agreements on safety and security of value chains, agreements on security of procurement for raw materials become so much more important in our economies today. So, in a way, the tariff game is yesterday's game. And the game today and tomorrow is more how do we give more space for these services economy that, by the way, is the part of international trade that is massively growing everywhere, to have more opportunities for trade between ourselves and with others. And again, in my view, this is a more promising avenue than hitting each other on the head with tariffs.
And a quick question for you. There is a lot of talk about reciprocal tariffs here. And when we talk about them, the last panel even pointed to the low U.S. tariff rate on autos at 2.5%. Europe's at 10%. Any chance that Europe would come down as part of a negotiation with the United States?
So is there a deal that can be made? Is there a deal where the EU finds something that the EU likes and gets, and the US finds something that the US wants and gets? Yeah. I mean, on automobiles, we've got a difference in tariffs. Mind you, a huge part of the auto investments in the US are also European companies that are heavily invested. And if I look at trade in autos, is relatively small compared. It's a very regionalized market, let's say, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Northern America, or whether it's in Asia around China. But, can we have a sit down? Are there other products that where the US tariffs are higher? Let's look at some agricultural products, processed agricultural products, where the tariffs are higher on the US side, the tariffs are lower on the EU side, because we are assuming that this reciprocal is only to go up. Let's imagine that the reciprocal is to go down. I mean, I think if we were to sit down, I'm sure we would be able to find a deal on the down rather than on the up.
Okay. Spoken like a true negotiator. Okay. Ted, over to you. A few speakers have kind of hinted that other countries, that given our tariffs are so low, that there's very little that they want from us. Do you agree with that assessment? Because at least my years at USTR suggested that there were a lot of other areas that were really important to countries, including the overall seeking certainty and predictability, but they had a lot of requests in a lot of different areas. So interested in your views there.
Yeah, I mean, I must say I agree with you, Wendy. I think, access to the US market is so important that very small gains in terms of tariff reductions, if they're combined with other measures that offer greater certainty of access or better coordination on regulatory barriers and things like that, I think are still very attractive. We didn't really test that at all in the last administration. I was hoping that would happen in IPEF, but it didn't. Well, one thing I'd like to say related to all this, I actually quite agree with Stephen on the gap model. I think when the history books are written on this, the WTO will come to be seen as a utopian project in much the way the League of Nations was, as a step too far that tread on national sovereignty, something at the end of the day politically wasn't sustainable. But if you look at what was done, at the end of the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, with the neutering of the dispute settlement system, in many ways we had already moved back to a GATT type system where there was no binding authority left in the WTO. When there were disagreements, they had to be negotiated out. There were opportunities for doing deals outside the system, be it, the US deals with China or the US deal with Japan or all the agreements the EU has negotiated. What puzzles me is where we're going now. I think already effectively we are back at the GATT system. And when I read Ambassador Lighthizer editorial talking about how we have to blow everything up and start with a brand new negotiation, I really don't quite understand that. I mean, effectively, we're already back at the GATT. So why can't we kind of learn to live with that and go forward instead of saying we have to blow more things up. The only sense I can make of it is some conviction in Trump world that chaos works to the benefit of the United States. That if investors are scared enough, if there's enough uncertainty, Arantxa talked about the importance of stability, that money will flow into the United States. I'm not sure that's a good bet. I think there's a very good chance that money will stop flowing to lots of places, so we'll have a more generalized recessionary kind of environment, or that companies could well say, well, there are other countries who are still part of this broader trading system, willing to create that kind of stability. Maybe we'll go invest there instead. So I'm just still a little puzzled by where it is that these new initiatives are trying to take us. Sorry to keep hitting the same note, but I think it's top of all of our minds right now, trying to make sense of what is it that the president is trying to do here. Is there a game plan that makes any kind of sense, and it gives us a kind of blueprint for thinking about where the system moves next?
And Steve, that is one of the questions in the chat, so maybe I can turn it over to you. What is the overarching strategy of our trade policy now? As I get it, we're just a few weeks into Trump 2.0, but how would you articulate it? And I guess my other question for you would be, well, do you want to respond to any of Ted's?
Sure. I mean, yeah. So let me just a couple of things. First of all, first of all, I've never. A lot of you guys have more experience negotiating trade deals than I do. I don't have as much experience as the rest of y'all, perhaps, but I mean, I never heard of a negotiation where somebody comes in and says, okay, here's my end point. This is where I intend to go. And I'm going to tell you what my bottom line is, like before we start the negotiations. I mean, that's not usually how negotiations work, right? I mean, I think expecting the president to come out and say, here's what I want the whole global trading system to look like, when I leave office. I just don't think that's very realistic. And I don't think that would be a good tactic on his part. And I don't think that's something that he should do. I think I just want to make one other correction. I don't think Mr. Lighthizer was suggesting anything about blowing up anything. I think what he was saying is that the original system was designed under the idea that currencies would adjust and trade balances would sort of take care of themselves. That turned out not to be true. Maybe we should think to have more of a mechanism where that would work. And then I think the other thing he was talking about is we have some non-market economies in the current system, and maybe we should not have those companies and countries in the system. So I think that proposal is actually pretty easy to follow. But I think in terms of, what I think is going to happen, I think what's President Trump trying to do? He's trying to get a global trading system, or at least a set of U.S. trading relationships. That's the better way to put it. He would like our trade policy to contribute to the prosperity of the United States. He would like to think that our trade policy meant that we got more wages and higher jobs, higher wages and more jobs, and expanding production and expanding growth. He believes that the current policies are hurting American workers, that net, they are worse off than they would be under his proposed different rules. And I think until you understand that, you won't understand any of the things that he's doing. If you think that the current system is working well, then obviously it doesn't make sense to change it. He thinks it's a disaster, and he thinks we could do much better. So he thinks if I put in these tariffs, that will lead to a happier and more prosperous United States. Some people disagree, but that is his belief. Now, it's also possible that once he's put in the tariffs, you may come in and offer him something that he likes even better than the tariffs, and then he would consider that. But the goal here is quite straightforward. You know how all those voters have been unhappy and yelling and screaming about the trade system for years? Let's make those voters happy. Let's have them stop yelling. Let's have them stop complaining. And let's have them believe that they are competing on a level playing field and that they are doing better. That's the goal.
And how about the tools? Because, everyone's so focused on tariffs now. The last panel did talk about, in the context of the USMCA review, the need to look at rules of origin. And I think USTR designate Greer also talked about rules of origin, strengthening rules of origin during his testimony. Are there other tools like rules of origin that can be used to, achieve our trade policy
look,
goals?
I think we can learn a lot from Europe and Japan and Korea in this regard. In other words, you can use standards, you can use all kind of, you can use The Europeans are very good at saying, if you want to sell something in the EU, it has to be made to EU standards. If it's not made to EU standards, it can't be sold here. We went through a lot of this when we looked at how hard it is to sell automobiles into Korea or how hard it is to sell automobiles into Japan. They have a very strict licensing regime and standards regime that you can use. There's a lot of different tools in the toolbox, but you do have to find some way so that you get leverage, so that when you sit down with these other countries, they have reasons to come to the table. And you know, going back to Ted's point, of course, and going to your other point, of course, other countries would like more from the United States, but that's not really the issue. The issue is, are they willing to make a deal, right? In other words, if you come to them and say, we're running these huge trade deficits, we would really like to have things be more balanced, they don't really have much of an incentive to work with us right now. And they're not working with us. And they did not work with the Biden administration. And I think Catherine Tai and her team tried really, really, really hard to get the rest of the world to come to the table, and they just wouldn't do it. So, you know, President Trump's going to try a different approach.
So, Arantxa, let me bring you into this discussion. Is that a fair assessment of the EU-US relationship in recent years?
So let me tell you what the EU has done in just these last few months. Probably feeling that the wind was changing on the US side, and with a number of partners that probably felt that the wind was changing on the US side. The EU has concluded its trade agreement with Mercosur, then renegotiation with Mexico, the renegotiation with Switzerland. It has resumed negotiations with Malaysia, and it's doing that with the Philippines and with Thailand. I have no doubt in my mind that should the EU feel that the US was in the mood for a trade negotiation, there could be a negotiation. And I really do think that it would be a much more intelligent avenue to pursue. It's at the end of the day, you know, what worries me of the present circumstances, Wendy, to be quite honest, is that I see that none of the things that are being put on the table to resolve the problems of the US deficit, if the trade deficit in the US is a problem, will work. So I think maybe we explore the things that may end up working and not hurting, which is what will end up happening, both the US as well as Europe in this case, and many others.
So we have about 9 minutes left, and we really haven't talked about China at all. We talked about a non-market economy, but not China. And we all know, I think we'd all believe that China, when China joined the WTO and the years after, it really kind of changed the dynamic of the global trading system. That's probably an understatement. Ted, you know, a question for you. When you look at, I'm not going to ask you did we make a mistake in letting China join the WTO? I guess the question is, as long as China now is a member of the WTO, and not just China, but other countries as well, and consensus on any new agreements is just so hard to find. Don't other groupings make sense then? Shouldn't we be trying to work more with like-minded countries, either in like an arrangement along the lines of what Lighthizer has put forward, or through some of these supply chain agreements? And as a result, do you think the world's going to become more fragmented, and countries are going to have to choose at some point in which basket they want to be in?
I actually might defer to Todd on this, because the industrial policy stuff, that was a lot of the thinking behind it, I think, was we needed a different approach to China. And I'd be interested in Todd's thoughts about where that might go in an administration that's perhaps a little more amenable to it than the current one.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, huge question.
Yeah,
I mean, huge question. I mean, I think that, you know, one of I think one of the, you know, if you look at sort of the early 2000s and the early 2010s, I think that a lot of the U.S. hope was that basically by bringing China into the benefits of sort of liberalized commerce, that there would also be liberalization of the overall political system. And I think that just, obviously did not happen. I think Made in China 2025 getting announced in 2015, sort of around the time as Trump was coming down the elevator at Trump Tower. I think these were sort of signals at the same time that both countries were moving in a different direction. And I think, you had sort of folks that once upon a time, like Marco Rubio and others, that were, sort of fairly free trade oriented, kind of moving in a direction of wanting to retool the U.S. policy package to, if not imitate China, at least sort of do a U.S. version of kind of an all of government approach to industrial strategy. And I think that, that's kind of now become kind of a structural feature of the bilateral relationship that, I think that whether it's 90% tariffs, 10% industrial strategy, or 90%, 10% the other way, I think you will continue to see sort of leaders of both parties try to pursue that agenda as a way of kind of, locking in competitive advantages for the decades to come. And I think that, again, sort of even if the Trump team doesn't use the word C to talk about climate much, they are going to use the other C word, China, for many of the same industries where there's going to be sort of strategic gains for whichever country has the first mover advantage. And I think, this is like an area where it would be really useful if there was just a little bit more honesty from all parties, including the Trump administration, on sort of what exactly they hope to accomplish with tariffs. I think that, one of the concessions that we've seen in public debates recently is that there is a role for tariffs. I think that, the classic role for tariffs is the infant industry argument of trying to sort of give temporary protection as a way of building a competitive advantage. That's not something that across the board tariffs are going to do effectively. That's not even what they're, really what they're designed to do. So I think just being a little bit more open that is, that there is a cost to tariffs. It does raise the price of imported goods, and that is in fact the point of doing them, so that domestic industry can become more competitive. So I think that overall, it would just be beneficial to hear sort of a little bit more of a leaning into the actual arguments, of which there are, as I've outlined, a number of reasons to use tools like tariffs. But it would be just better for everyone if we were a little bit more open about what we're trying to do.
More targeted, and yeah. Steve, over to you, because you were at USTR during the negotiation and an active member of the team of the Phase 1 trade deal with China. Do you see any prospects of a Phase 2 negotiation being launched during Trump's tenure?
Yeah, I think it's very likely that there will be some type of negotiation with China. I think they will they've already said in the memorandum they're going to take a look at Phase 1, and they're going to see how China did in terms of complying with that agreement. They've already put some more tariffs in, and China's responding with counter tariffs. So I think it's very likely you're going to see more negotiations there. I think one of the questions that the Americans are going to be trying to figure out is, are we better off working with other countries on the China issue, or are we better off just trying to resolve this ourselves and making our own deal with China? And I think to some extent that's going to depend on if we work with other countries, are we going to get a lot of benefits from that, or is it a situation where other countries are kind of just looking to play us and China off against each other in the hopes of getting more and more concessions from the U.S.? I don't think you're going to see the U.S. making a lot of concessions to other countries in order to get help with China. I think you're going to see the Trump administration be more willing to just take care of the China issue on its own, as opposed to paying other people to work with us. But going back to your point, Wendy, that may open the door. I totally agree with Ted on the whole League of Nations analogy. I think that's actually really, really a good way to think about it. I don't think anybody...
That the WTO can become like
the
a League of Nations.
WTO is very much like the League of Nations, right? And in other words, there were certainly by the late 60s, 70s, I don't think anybody thought that the United Nations was going to be a realistic constraint on the Soviet Union. I think people understood we had to work through other channels. And I think that's kind of where we are with China right now. So I think as long as China kind of is where it is, I think the WTO is basically sidelined. So I think the Americans they will certainly be interested in hearing what other countries have to say on the China issue, but they're going to be basically conducting, they're going to be talking to China and they're going to be talking to other countries, and they'll just kind of have to see, which way those negotiations go.
One new development since the phase 1 talks, we've seen a lot of Chinese companies move into third countries to avoid tariffs. Is this something that would need to be addressed in any type of, and how do we address that with China? Do you address it more with third countries or with China?
I think they'll do both. So I think they'll take a look at the 301 tariffs and see if there are things they can do in terms of rules of origin and things of that nature to address some of the China issues. I definitely think that's going to be on their radar screen. But certainly, for example, if Canada and Mexico want to have an FTA with the United States, I think they have to think about their rules with respect to FDI from China. I don't think the Americans are going to let you have an FTA so that China can use your country as a platform to get around, these tariffs and attack the U.S. market. So I think it's going to come up in almost every context.
Okay, I think, Ken, we're at the closing point, I think.
Indeed, we are. It's been a heck of a conversation. Wendy, I can allay your fears. We stayed over 200 for most of the day. 200 people were online all the day, and most of them stuck around for this. Now, I gotta say, I'm not sure what it says about this conversation, but I'm reminded of Sun Tzu's The Art of War, when he wrote that in the midst of chaos, there's always opportunity. I read that to mean that when a situation appears completely disordered and turbulent, there's still a potential for positive change, growth, and advantages to be found in that chaos, essentially that a crisis can sometimes present unexpected openings for new possibilities. I'm an optimist, so always looking for those new possibilities. And what's very clear to me is that more dialogue is important, and we'll keep searching here at WTO for opportunities to bring the U.S. and international trade communities together. In fact, we've launched WTO International, if that's not too much of a double saying it, WTO International, to bring the two communities together and help bridge the gap in dialogue between the U.S. and global trade policy makers. So thank you for this very robust and informative conversation. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody who did. Tomorrow we'll kick things off in person with a networking breakfast at 9:30 a.m. in the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. And then we'll go live with our first session, both online and in person at 10 a.m. Eastern time today. Thanks to this panel. Really grateful to you for joining us today, Arantxa, especially so late in the evening in the City of Light. Tomorrow we kick things off, as I said, at 10 a.m. For anyone who registered for the conference, you'll receive a link to watch via Zoom. And we hope those of you in DC will join us in person. If you're watching online Tuesday, you should have received a reminder from Zoom today with the link for tomorrow, and you'll get another reminder again tomorrow before the session starts. Please remember that's a different link than we have for today. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you, Arantxa, Steve, and Todd, and Ted.